you said you were part of the core team of the Sydney movement.
Yeah.
How big is the movement in Sydney? How big's your team?
Our core Sydney team, like just of the students, is about 10 of us, maybe 12. But we have like a giant group chat with a bunch of other people, like adults to support us, adults to help with like communications, contacting with media, liaising with police, etc. And that stuff.
Yeah, cool.
So it's but like a lot of support coming in every time we need it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. Well, let's get into it. So we've just got that going. So did you get to have a little look at the questions? We'll just sort of follow them, I guess. I think that's I think they're obviously designed to be quite open-ended and give a really good space to just get some thoughts from you. So thank you so much for taking the time today.
That's right. Thanks for inviting me.
If you can, start by introducing yourself with this idea of who are you and where are you in the world. So I'm trying to get this idea of what's your world? What's the world according to Adrian?
Oh, okay. Well, my name's Adrian. I'm 17. I'm in year 12 in Penrith. So, basically, because I live in Penrith, we're affected by climate change, as you may know. We've reached 50 degrees of summer, 50-degree heat this summer last year. It was the hottest on the planet at the time. We obviously have the drought in Sydney right now, and it's a bit of a mess. But then again, it's still not as, like, bad as people in developing countries who had, like, severe typhoons, tsunamis, cyclones, flooding, famines. Like, obviously we are affected by it in Penrith, but we have to acknowledge that it's not as bad as people in developing countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And so, and you've been involved with the School Strikers movement. Can you just briefly tell me what's been your involvement?
I'll just bring you along my journey of being an activist, and I'll just, like, segue into that. So, at the end of 2018, I got in contact in about September last year with the AYCC, the Australian Youth Climate Coalition, and I said, hey, how can I get involved with the climate change, like, movement? I want to help, like, what's the deal, what's happening? And then I got a message from one of the student coordinators, Brian, and he was like, hey, he called me up, was like, hey, do you want to get involved? Who are you? Like, what do you want to do with climate change and climate action? And then eventually I got my third camp, and then I attended for the weekend. And then through there, Sally, the like head coordinator of AYCC, was like to me, hey, do you want to get involved with the school strike? And I've never heard of it before, because it was like new at the time. And then I was like to her, could you explain what it is, etc. And then she basically said, like, what's happening with it, like, what's the first event, November 30. And I was like, hey, that sounds cool, I'll get into it. And then I learned that it was an amazing experience. And then I kind of just, like, segued into that and became the lead organizer with that.
Fantastic. So what is, for someone who, doesn't know, we're obviously dealing with a lot of deniers in the climate case, and also just some people who may not necessarily know call it climate change. What is climate change? How do you describe it? What is it for?
Okay. So, like, as the name suggests, it's a changing climate, but, like, one of the biggest things people say against climate change being real is that it's natural. We know it's natural. We've acknowledged that it's a natural effect that's happening over time, over the course of Earth. But anthropogenic means are exacerbating climate change. So I'm just going to go into, like, the in-depth, like, science behind climate change, not, like, So, like, Earth receives solar insolation, infrared radiation to our atmosphere, and then the majority of this insolation radiation is blocked, bounced off by clouds, absorbed by particles, and eventually reflected back into our atmosphere. And then some of this insolation and radiation gets absorbed by Earth's surface, which is then radiated back into the atmosphere as long-wave radiation. And then this is kept in by Earth's atmosphere, which creates a natural greenhouse gas effect, which keeps our Earth warm at a stable and steady temperature. Although, as we, like, commit to fossil industries such as coal mining, releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, it adds a bunch of these bad gases into the atmosphere, which retains the heat and create exacerbate climate change and changes the world's climate. Then, as an effect, we get more intense cyclones, natural disasters, typhoons, flooding, and famine, desertification, and all that stuff.
What's the that's obviously quite a, that's a great picture on with the science and with some of those key terms. How are you picking up on that? Where do you get that information from? I'm sure this is probably something that, as an activist, you give that spiel a lot, and know that piece. But where have you gotten that as the information?
So, like personal research, like you said, because being an activist, you have to know this kind of stuff if you're going to say climate change is real. But furthermore, I do geography and earth environmental sciences at school. And one of my teacher for society and culture is very supportive of me being an activist. So I kind of get a lot of information from like just learning at school. Saying, here's what climate change is, here's X, Y, and Z, this is what's happening, you should know what it is, and then I've learned from then, and then I've supplemented it with my own online research.
Yeah, okay. And is it, and you find, so, just based on that, so you go, the school set up from your teacher in that particular subject, that feels like it's been, quite a solid introduction for you. Would you say that? Like the school curriculum sort of enabled you to get a wider picture or a snapshot sort of image of, the world's
geographies? Like a strong foundation of like climate change and knowledge of climate change.
Mm. And what about, and I'm interested then with the idea of doing your own research, instantly you said that it would just be the online research.
Yeah.
Is that, can you try and just talk me through, like I know it probably sounds a little bit banal, but I'm quite interested in just understanding the details. Talk me through your process of looking online, and think about it like this. The difference of looking online versus offline, so that difference, the idea of sources and what sort of content resonates with you. How would you try and describe that for me? Your practice of research.
Okay. So I use social media, Facebook, Instagram, all that fun stuff, but with a lot of that, I essentially only use social media for my environmental source of news, but only for the credible sources of websites. So World Wildlife Foundation, Climate Council Australia, Greenpeace, Australian Youth Climate Coalition, Tipping Point, and other environmental organizations. And then I try to read those. I get them in my newsfeed. I read those articles, and then I see who's posted them and see, is this a credible source? Is it correct? Is it wrong? And if it's wrong, I don't share it. I don't read the rest of it. I kind of just try to focus on the ones that I know are true and have a bibliography to back them up with information saying this is where I got it from. This is my research. This is what my research is saying. But then as well as that, I try to read a lot of articles that focus on developing countries, because as a developed country, we're obviously privileged in how we can deal with climate change, in that obviously our politics are very incompetent at acknowledging climate change, and obviously with that, it's an issue, but simultaneously, I try to acknowledge and focus on developing countries and how they're being impacted by it, because in other environmental issues, they're adapting to them much better than we are, even though they don't have the same resources. And it's just interesting and beneficial for me to realize where they're coming from and to see their point of view and opinion of climate change.
Okay. I'm really interested to get into understanding the relationship between countries in a tick.
Yeah.
But let's just jump back for me just to clarify. So one of the things that you look at with the sources was, you said, just the idea of you look for the bibliography or look for something with that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think, what about sort of user-generated content or testimony, or, because I think one of the, my question is almost asking the difference between climate change has often been described as one of the biggest problems, that it's an abstracted piece of data. In that scientific way, it's very abstract to try and map it out. I wonder what's the relationship between when you look for sources and feel feel good with that, seeing sort of the scientific nature of being able to back up where it's from, versus the idea of someone, sharing their experience, or or more like user-generated quick uploads or things like that. What do you think?
Yeah. I think on a more personal level, from my perspective, seeing other people's testimonies and like personal experiences dealing with climate change, with them growing up, for example, with the Pacific Islands, their islands are sinking, they're going below sea level, their islands are being flooded by rising sea levels, cyclones, all those other natural disasters. Those kind of personal anecdotes they hit me more of a sympathetic level, so I'm obviously trying to empathize with them, and because of that, I try to focus on, okay, I'm in Australia, I'm in a privileged country, I have to take this into consideration, and when I fight for climate action and fight against climate change, I've got to acknowledge that they're suffering more, and I've got to keep them in mind in this fight and fight for them as well as myself, like Australia, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So is it, you've mentioned specifically, I think, some of the cases within the Pacific Islands, and obviously just geographically there's that stronger relationship with Australia. Is it, in terms of how you think of the relationships of, of global solidarity, or, thinking about the developed nations, are there specific places that you think of? Because of course climate, are you thinking of Australia in the global context, or are you thinking of Australia and the Pacific Islands and, that area of India that you've read about, or, how are you, what's that sort of, how do you map it out? Are you thinking, are you aware of the specific places, local places? What do you think?
I think yes and no, because what's it called? Obviously, everyone in the world is affected by climate change, but I know about specific examples. So, for example, I'm half Filipino. Every year, my mom gives me news about how our neighborhoods being flooded by typhoons. There's more rising sea levels. There's a famine. Everyone's being affected by the impacts of climate change. And I try to think of everything. So, okay. So in terms of climate change in the global context, everyone has their own part to play, and definitely with that, I try to think of everything as being connected. So one of the arguments says that Australia doesn't have as much carbon emissions as China or India or America, but in saying that we're still a world city, we have the ability to make economic, political, and social impacts around the world. We have the ability to exert control and authority, and with that in mind, we are connected to other countries. We have to exert our influence in beneficial ways that helps other countries in the fight against climate change.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking it's interesting to hear that sort of personal connection, as you said, just from hearing sort of stories of some of your family over, in Philippines, and just sort of understanding that. What do you think, how do you think that plays out? Because for me that sounds like it's interesting that, when your gut response in answering where you sort of hear about climate change was, about the sources and stuff, but that also, that's a very first-hand example as well. How do you think, what's that relationship of having personal connection?
I think it kind of just reinforces how, Australia is not the only one being affected by climate change. There's other countries, and obviously everyone's affected, but because I'm personally connected to the Philippines, privilege, I have this underlying thing that I know I have to take action on their behalf, because they are not as privileged as I am being in a developed country, and I've got to take action on their behalf. I have to be the change I want to see in the world, and make sure they are okay with the climate change fight. And so, because I have the ability to make more change than they do, I've got to take this opportunity to make change for them, instead of just sitting on my ass doing nothing, watching other people do X, Y, and Z when I could do it myself.
So okay. So it's a very empowered. It's almost the notion of the responsibility that comes with that sort of privilege is, you know, just in
Yeah.
terms of nature. Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. Is it how do you think how do you develop empathy? How do you think we can develop empathy in the climate movement?
I think, from a personal standpoint, because I'm half Filipino, I'm just going to use this as an example. When I hear about other people's like personal stories and testimonies with their own countries, let's say, for example, you're living in Australia, but your family's from, I'm going to say, India as an example. And if you give me stories about how your family in India is suffering from coal mines and the detrimental effects, getting lung diseases, being hit by cyclones and things like that, having you talk about your personal story connects with me on an emotional level, because like it establishes an emotional connection, and it makes me think on a more broader scale instead of you talking about your effects of climate change in Australia, because like obviously in Australia we're more privileged, as I said before. Like I think you can't really establish an emotional connection from your own standpoint if you're in a developed country. So you can't. It establishes more of a connection if you say your family in India is struggling rather than your family in Australia is struggling. If that makes sense.
Mm. Why do you think that is? What? Try and explain that for me.
I think it's more of because we have more resources, we've got more information, we have the ability to do things that people in developed countries are not able to do. And so, by saying that, so family in the Philippines, they're struggling, and I try to connect like a real their story, their testimonies, how they're struggling from climate change, it creates more of an emotional impact, because it's like it's reinforcing that they're struggling to get by on a general basis, but then also they're trying to get by with climate change as well as trying to live on a day-to-day basis. You get what I mean?
Mm. So it's, I think you use the term ability. So it is that thing of, it's a question of ability almost. The empathy by that sort of idea comes with an awareness when someone doesn't necessarily have the ability, and it's that thing of going back to, you know, the privilege point of understanding when you've got the ability to respond, and as a country respond, does that feel, is that right? Try again. I'm just trying to think the empathy.
What you're saying makes sense. Like we have the ability to make change in their behalf, whereas we like what's it called? Obviously, there's an increasing gap between the rich and the poor in Australia, but at the same time, we still have the ability to make change and impacts, whereas people in developed countries do not, which just establishes the emotional connection and the empathy.
Mm. Have you ever seen any particular pieces of content? So it could be a film, it could be songs. Have you seen, you know, pieces of content that, you know, have given you the empathy, have sort of built that empathetic response?
Yeah. So I watch a lot of like non-government organizations videos, such as Greenpeace, Australian Youth Climate Coalition, where they focus on bringing in a diverse point of view and perspective into things. So having, for example, Greenpeace, they have a lot of. I was watching this video a month ago about how there was this woman in Indonesia who's fighting against deforestation and the death of orangutans in Indonesia, where she boarded up a vessel, tried to stop their company from deforesting the forest, and having her personal testimony, watching her, they recorded her going onto the ship, trying to stop them herself physically. That kind of having things like that from popular websites and organizations, it establishes the emotional connection, and it kind of just makes me think more about climate change and the environment.
Mm. Mm.
So following your step-by-step process of what they're doing to help the climate crisis and solve it.
Mm. And do you think that just by trying to be a little bit analytical about the content itself, do you think it's, that as an example that came to your mind is an individual, and it's told as a story, as a journey of know, step-by-step sort of response. Is that, does that feel like that's sort of been some of the strongest messaging or strongest aspects for you that you've connected with?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you hear about the science, it's kind of just X, Y, and Z. Here's basically what's happening. Here's the evidence. If you establish the emotional connection, if you have the step-by-step process of watching someone struggle to fight against climate change, it helps in terms of building the empathic link and making people more empathize more with the person and their journey of fighting for climate action.
Okay, can we let's just try this as a little exercise, just to try and get your thought. If we made that film about you, if we made that film to say, you know, look at Adrian, look at all of the, you know, wonderful things he's doing with the climate movement and the dedication and what have you, following that idea that there is a journey, how would you tell it? What's that structure? What's sort of like in meaningful moments that have shifted and made you see the world so differently?
I think, because when I was younger, so I'm in year 12 now, so when I was in year 5, year 6, I used to read a lot about how climate change is here, climate change is now, rising sea levels are going to come for us in the next, decade. You've got to move your family, you've got to stop using fossil fuels, you've got to stop using electricity, coal, stop releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. I read those stories a lot when I was younger, but then I'd be upset about it, but then the next day I'd just, forget I ever read it. And then it would happen again and again for the next few years, where then it just, accumulated into this one whole massive news, where it was climate change is here, we've got to do something about it. It's it's already here. The UN, the IPCC report saying we've got to stop it by 2030, otherwise we're going to reach a 1.5 degree tipping point. We're going to, reach this whole point of no return. So I think, for my personal journey, the catalyst was in year 10, where I had the accumulation of a bunch of climate change news, which, forced me to rethink everything and try to act on climate change. But as well as that, after that accumulation of news, I was contacting a lot of environmental organizations, and nobody was getting back to me. I was getting left in red. No one was answering my emails or my phone calls, so I could get involved. And that was obviously a bit disheartening, and it prevented me from taking action earlier. But then I eventually got a call from the LIPC, and then I got involved through that, and then segued more into the school strike, which I guess was, again, another catalyst that kind of instigated my involvement and my journey of self-progression through the climate movement.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Perfect. What do you think, so what would you, based on just some of these thoughts and these little insights, so we've sort of identified a couple of things about, you know, the relationship of empathy, the idea of first-hand stories, tracking, the idea of, you know, responsibility of people with the ability. What, based on some of those key things that you've identified, what do you think, what does the world need to see? What should be the next steps for, you know, someone like me as a, you know, filmmaker and researcher, someone like UNICEF who has the ability to broadcast? What do you think what does the world need to see? Or what do they need to feel? I just said, or maybe what do they need to feel? I'm conscious, maybe seeing is not necessarily always the right thing.
So I think we've already established action needs to be taken now, and we can obviously keep emphasizing that point of view and that angle, but it comes to a point where it's so monotone, so repetitive. They're saying, we already need to take action, but we're going to continue to ignore you. And I think, in the current climate movement, there's not really much of the emotional, empathetic link that's established. So I think with UNICEF, Greenpeace, and a bunch of other organizations, they need to keep on exposing climate change impacts and kind of have these videos, these personal experiences, these journeys that are being broadcasted and exposing the climate crisis and what's happening behind it. Whereas if we keep saying, here's the science, people are going to get bored. They've got the ability to deny it. Whereas if you're watching a video of someone being affected by climate change on a personal basis in a developing country, you can't really invalidate that. Whereas if it's science, you can say, no, that's wrong, that's shit, what you're saying, you're lying to us, stop fear-mongering, stop being a snowflake, all that kind of things. And so because UNICEF, for example, they have a large audience, they have the ability to, they have a large audience, and they can use this audience as a sphere of influence and say to their audience and to broadcast it to the rest of the world and say, here's X, Y, and Z stories on climate change. This is what's impacting them. This is how they're being affected by climate change. And this kind of that would emphasize more on climate change and what needs to be done rather than here's the evidence. You've got to focus more on the personal point of views.
Yeah. Is it what's I'd love just to ask the idea of almost thinking about the tone. So we sort of understand with that response, understand the structure and that idea of personal, less science, more personal. I think that's clear. Yeah. But I'd love to ask you about the tone, and this is probably, let's try it, and then I'll ask you another question about tone of life.
Yeah. So in my personal experience, I've been a bit of a bitch about people getting involved in the environmental movement with my school friends, my family, and other people I know. I've always been very aggressive and you need to take action, you've got to stop using plastic straws, you've got to focus on individual actions, that kind of thing. But I think on that has never worked. I've been trying to keep being aggressive about it, but it never works at all. They take small steps after I give them a piece of environmental news about how we're going to dial it by X, Y, and Z, and all that. So I think having a shift to a more kind of a sad tone would definitely turn the narrative around and create more impact rather than me being aggressive about it. So, I've heard other people, my other environmentalist friends, when they talk about climate change to their friends, in their personal experience, they've been more empathetic and more emotional about the situation rather than me being aggressive, which didn't really work, but it worked for them if they were more emotional and more sad about climate change.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. That's good. Do you think you also use the term, the idea of expose, some of these unseen stories or what have you, or unseen experiences, with the idea of exposing, do you think, where does that fit in with the difference of, with tone, it's sort of a question. Mm-hmm. Here's the example. I had, with the survey that I created, I sent through, I think or even with the questions I sent to you, there's an article, there was a big piece that came out from a UN researcher that basically starts to, quantitatively look at and expose that the question of human rights is very, very, for our future will be a fundamentally shifted one because just of the nature of the disparity of climate change and those affected.
Yeah.
Now, it's a big article, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, going back to our sort of earlier comments about the relationship between developed and developing countries. But as a reflection, one of the survey responses that came through was I had one respondent just acknowledge and just say, this makes me really sad and I almost can't write anymore. It was a bit much for the participant to keep going. And it poses big questions for me, and I think what you're talking about, these difference of aggression versus, the tone you enter with friends and what have you, it's also trying to have that empathy of where people are at and how they themselves feel about it. What are some of your reflections on those thoughts?
Mm-hmm. So I think I've read the article you linked to me in the questions, and So it kind of comes into play in terms of climate refugees and people who are suffering and they've got to move because their countries affected by droughts, famine, desertification. And I think the statistics say there's going to be 170 million climate refugees by, I don't remember the exact date, but around, I think 2030 or 2040.
Mm-hmm.
And like the article said, it is a human rights violation. And because of the fact that is Australia's status on refugees and asylum seekers has been very, we don't want you, you need to leave. And arguably, we do take in some climate refugees, and like we're helping some people, but we're not helping enough people. But simultaneously, we have to acknowledge that we have to help our own country first. But at the same time, if Australia was in a situation where we needed help from other countries, they would deny us because we're saying we're not going to help you, but we expect you to help us.
Mm.
And so, with that in mind, we have to help other people, other climate refugees, people whose human rights are currently being violated by climate change to an extent. Obviously, we can't help 170 million refugees. We only have 24 million in Australia. Our population is increasing, and Australia is very limited in terms of where we can put people. Like, we have so much desert in Australia. We've got the Great Dividing Range. Our landscape is not very appropriate in terms of accommodating that much people. And in terms of that, we have to acknowledge that we have to help them in any way we can. So, for example, our foreign aid budget has dropped recently, which is absolutely insane, because we already, before this year, we only donated about 0.2% of our annual budget on foreign aid. And obviously, there's a misconception that we spend too much money in foreign aid. We barely spend anything on it, and they just cut it. But it's just, how can we expect them to help us if we're not willing to help them?
Mm.
Because their human rights are being violated. They're suffering from climate change. We have to help them if we're going to expect help in the future. Because our drought right now our drought levels in Sydney are about 50% right now. And there was the Millennium Drought, I think, a few years ago, which is absolutely insane. It's all the farms are dying. There's a whole lot of desertification occurring. Our soil quality was absolutely horrible. And if that were to happen again, which is going to happen again if climate change continues, we're going to have so much more bushfires, so much more floods, some because of climate change. We're going to be affected by it. We're going to be in their position, and we have to take their position into account and say, our human rights violations are also going to be violated as a result of climate change, and we've got to help other people if we're to expect help from them.
Mm. Mm. Do you think as you introduced just of where you're based, and with this idea of the drought and those sort of experiences, has, I think it's only sort of in the last few years that we've really started to understand on a Sydney level just that vast disparity between temperatures out in the west, and understanding that will be a more heavily affected area. How has that experience, have you had, do you think that was a big shift when you yourself experienced the hot temperatures there? Do you know what I mean? What was that?
So personally, I really hate summer. I hate hot weather. I love winter. I love the cold. But I think in terms of the whole Penrith 50 degrees thing last summer, it hit me, but it didn't hit me too much because I try to focus my personal perspective on developing countries rather than where I am now. So, for example, with the 50-degree heat thing, I knew about it, but it wasn't too, it wasn't very, I don't know how to explain or articulate what I'm trying to say, but, obviously I acknowledged that it was happening because of climate change, but at the same time, this could not have happened if we considered the factors that contribute to climate change, if we stopped using fossil fuels, if we had better urban planning to reduce the urban heat island effect, which is obviously contributing to the 50-degree heat thing. And the disparity between Sydney and Penrith's weather at the time was obviously huge, but it just wasn't as impactful on me as a personal activist, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So focusing on developing countries is more impactful for me. So for example, if I traveled to the Philippines again and I was experiencing firsthand what it was like to suffer through typhoon, rising sea levels, then that would have a much bigger impact than Penrith's 50-degree heat in Australia.
Yeah. Okay. And just maybe on that, just as a this is a sort of hard thing to try and clarify, but
Yeah.
as a difference, I think, the examples of, what you just sort of said with Philippines, it sounds like it's also that I do more of specific events rather than sort of like the slower paced thing. So I think, things like a flood or typhoon, they're measurable as a moment in time of exacerbated example. Whereas, as we've sort of seen with something like heat waves or, just precipitation changes, that's slower.
Yeah.
What do you think is that relationship between sort of like event moments versus the slower reality?
Yeah. So I think with that, because of like, let's say for example, the developing countries, the Philippines, if they have a typhoon, for example, as you said, it's more of an immediate thing. It's an event. It's a moment in time. Whereas, like I said, the heat wave is more gradual. It slowly builds up. So we get hotter and hotter days, and the heat wave comes in. I think with that, like the relationship between it, I think they're both obviously to do with climate change. They're there because of climate change. It's being exacerbated because of climate change. And I think with that in mind, you kind of just, obviously they're both like horrible, having heat waves, 50-degree heats, typhoons, flooding, etc. And they're also to do with climate change. But okay. Sorry, give me a second to think about what I'm trying to say first.
No, have a moment. Yeah, for sure. Because it's. I think that one of the things I really, you're such an articulate, wonderful individual with lots of different links as well. I think this is, and for me, this is. I don't underestimate that. I think the grounding with school, the family experience of of knowing, engagement with other sort of developing country communities and connections, as well as local examples, even though it maybe wasn't as important. For me, they all feel really important. So it's now just that question of going, with climate change. I'll put it this way. One of the things, as a filmmaker, I've been working the last 3 years trying to make the climate change film, trying to work it out, based out of Borneo. And we were using a much more apocalyptic tone, ideas of the big events, big moments, things that happen. But then there's also this question of the everyday. And what the everyday feels like. The everyday isn't loud and clear and screaming urgency. It's a day of something that's changed and maybe irregular. It's almost irregularity. So maybe try again, just to think of that, the idea of the everyday versus the event, almost. And how that sort of works with thinking about it and talking about it.
Yeah. So I think of what you're saying with your video with the apocalyptic tone. Like, for me, on a personal perspective, I try to express myself on climate change and where we're at right now, what's going to happen in the future, and explain X, Y, and Z to people who don't know as much about it. The apocalyptic tone hits me as well because I am absolutely terrified of climate change and the effect it's going to have in the future if we don't stop the tipping point by 1.5 degrees by 2030, the vast amount of natural disasters that are going to occur, the wars, the famines, the droughts, that whole concept is just terrifying to me. And I think with what you said, the build-up, the transition from smaller climate change scale effects to the build-up of the apocalyptic tone of, here's what's going to happen if we don't stop at this point in time, we're just going to have, this apocalypse is going to become the everyday norm. And I think that definitely, because the build-up, it's a slow accumulation, and it's less impactful because it's not as in your face as a flood is. And so I think that because it's like smaller, let's say for example, if we had, because we're in winter right now, if we had really cold winter days, like negative 10 degrees, for example, consistently for the rest of winter, that would obviously, people would realize it's there. But at the same time, we can accommodate for these changes in temperature. We can have heaters, we can have blankets, more clothes on, etc. Whereas if we were to have floods every single day, it would be incredibly difficult to try to accommodate ourselves for that. We can't really prevent these floods. We've got to, we don't really have a way of protecting ourselves from those larger, this is the point in time kind of historical natural disaster events from climate change. And so because of that, we've got to, like what you were saying before, having the smaller event, they kind of just, because we can't accommodate ourselves for it, it's kind of just less intense and kind of less noticeable, and we don't really acknowledge it as much as a point in time natural disaster.
No, absolutely. Look, we're almost to the end of the interview. Thank you so much. Really appreciating hearing all of this. How, with that, and firstly, I'm sorry to hear that, there are those fears as well with you. For me, I really feel it, and I feel like one thing, with this idea of tone, again, of what we share and how we engage with people, one thing that's just been, really evident for me is just that really the reality of, for so many of us who are working in this space, we carry it, and we carry almost like the weight, and sometimes it can be, it's a lot to carry. It's a lot to feel. It's a lot to, there are a lot of those questions. Bearing that in mind, what do you think, what would you like to see, and what's the future that you're hoping for? What's the future that you want? And how do we get there, of those sort of, bearing in mind the feelings of it and what we carry and those things.
Yeah, I think with what the future, what I want it to be like, I want to do a Bachelor of Humanitarian and Development with a major in disaster management in university. So I want to work in developing countries, assist them in times of natural disasters, climate change related effects, and all that stuff. But I think before I really got involved with activism and climate change, I never wanted to work in the environmental industry. I never even thought about the environment. And I think that the fact that I feel so obligated to do so and work in disaster management and work in a climate change related field, it kind of just hits me that I have to shift my entire focus from what I wanted to do previously to what I want to do to make sure I've got a good future and I'm not going to die from climate change. And I think with that in mind, I want to be able to have a future where I don't need to work in a position that makes me. I don't want to work somewhere where I have to do this to make sure I survive, my family survives, my friends survive. I want to be able to have a future where I don't have to worry about these kind of things, because it's absolutely terrifying. I'm scared of it. I don't want to have to live through climate change, but we are right now. I don't want to have to live through more famines, more droughts, war as a result of climate change. It's terrifying. It's scary. And the school strike has established our 3 demands: 100% renewables by 2030, to stop Adani, and to abolish all fossil fuel projects. These 3 demands co-align with the IPCC report and with a bunch of other scientific organizations and channels. And we've said this is what we need to get based on the IPCC report to ensure that climate change is limited as much as possible. But I think in mind, with the whole I have to work in disaster management to ensure I've got a good future, I don't see myself doing anything else anymore. So if let's say climate change was fixed by 2030, I wouldn't see myself working in anything else except for the environment. So I think this shift has definitely assisted me on a personal level of developing from a young adult to becoming an adult soon. And so, I just really want government action. A government still in denial that climate change exists. They don't want to do anything. Scott Morrison is absolutely shit at what he does. He's a shitty prime minister. Gladys Berejiklian, for example, she established 25 more years of deforesting in New South Wales, which makes the koalas go functionally extinct. And then they're trying to establish X, Y, and Z to help preserve the koalas, but they're already going to die out. There's no point in trying to protect them when they're already going to die in the future because of Gladys Berejiklian's ineffective environmental policies. And so the big thing I want is just government action and a political party that actually believes in climate change and is willing to take action on climate change.
Great. Fantastic. It feels like a good place to wrap up. maybe as the final question, and I'll allow, if you have any more comments or what have you, to share as well.
Yeah.
But as that final question, that's talking about the future, and even in New South Wales with questions of deforestation and extinction of animals.
Yeah.
I think it's a wonderful way to frame how we sort of talk about the age and this day today.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, were in the environment movement, they might call it the climate crisis, others call it the Anthropocene, others the sixth great extinction, new Pangea with the rise of introduced species. All of these different terms, the water crisis, the food crisis, all of these aspects, they slightly hint at different things, but ultimately talk about this idea of bigger picture questions of living on a damaged planet. And I'd love to ask as a final sort of remark of what is it whose future are you fighting for? And with that, I think there's obviously, reflect personally, reflect on, those notions of empathy with others, but also I'd love to sort of understand empathy with the non-human elements as well, of where that fits in for you, of your relationship with, with the world and with the planet we live on.
So think of the relationship between non-human things like animals, the physical environment, trees, etc. We do have to fight for the planet because we legitimately can't survive without soil. We can't survive without bees. Bees, for example, they pollinate all our crops, our vegetables, our fruits. I read an article a few months ago that said that I think it was if bees go extinct, we'll have about 4 years left to live on Earth before we're going to die because there's going to be no food left. And with the amount of we have 7 billion people to sustain, which I think it's expected to reach 10 billion by the end of the century. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. But I think we've got to establish that there is obviously the connection between we're damaging the environment at such an extreme rate, and if we extrapolate this into the future, we're not going to survive. We have to ensure that sustainability is taken into consideration. We have to take into consideration that the environment, we can't survive without the environment, but the environment can survive without humans. And so we've got to take that into mind and say, well, we've got to be more eco-friendly. We've got to take sustainability into our thoughts and use that to enact on the environment and make sure it's sustainable and for the future to use. Because at this rate, it's not going to be sustainable. It's not sustainable at all. And so, again, I'm just fighting for my futures and the future generation's future, and the future of the planet, basically.
Perfect. Well, I stand in solidarity, but I'm grateful for your fight. So,
thanks.
Thanks so much for today. It's amazing. It's great to. You're a true inspiration, and it's great to meet you. Great to learn from you.
Nice to meet you as well. Thank you.
Perfect. And if I can ask, if you can, it would be great if you could send me the just the voice record of what we've done. Mm-hmm. And I wonder if, particularly, it sounds like there was that one clip that stood out. Of the in Indonesia, that specific case of the if you can, if there's that one and maybe any others that come into your mind just over the rest of the day, I'd deeply appreciate for you to share them with me, just the specifics of what you see that resonates and what you share, if that would be possible.
Yeah, I will do that, definitely.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. And as a final question, how are you feeling? How did that feel? How did this interview feel for you?
It was a very strong climate change conversation. I was really happy with that. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Fantastic. Is it something that you would be happy to, shall we post this? Would you like post this as a full interview online, or would you prefer to keep it just as a research piece? It's fine either way.
Can I think about it and get back to you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, cool.
All right. Well, yeah, I look forward. We'll be in touch with those bits and pieces. But good luck today with all your HSC study and all of the wonderful prep for September. Thanks so much for your time. And please do share it if there's anyone else that you think would be interested in this interview.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Thanks so much.
All right. My best to you.
All right. Thanks.
Cheers.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Beautiful. And let's kick off. Thank you so much, Armin, to join me today. I'm really looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Let's kick off with just a little introduction. If you can introduce yourself, who you are, where you're from in the world, and what your involvement has been with the youth climate movement.
So, hi, I'm Aman Sharma, and I'm from New Delhi in India. My involvement with Fridays for Future started this year, where I started leading climate strikes and climate protests with them. And it was a really, really nice way to see how many people actually cared about this issue. They were just waiting for, a forum where they could come out and speak about their minds and what they really felt about the climate crisis. And after that, I realized the need for unified mass action to bring people from all over India together on this issue. So I started a petition on change.org asking our environmental ministry in India and the government to declare a national climate emergency. And this was done in May. To back up the on-ground work, I also started a social media campaign to expand our outreach. So we're at 210,000 signatures now, and we have support pouring in from different places of the world. And I want this petition to be a forum and a platform for kids all over who have such environmental concerns in mind to raise concern over these problems that are going on and to express their voices.
Fantastic. Wow, that's impressive about the petition as well. Well done for that. That's an amazing effort.
The United Nations Environmental Goodwill Ambassador and United Nations Secretary General Sustainable Developmental Goals Advocate, Dia Mirza, has also been a pillar of support to all of us kids in raising our voices for our rights and has been supporting this petition through and through. So it's been a great way to sort of gain more outreach and momentum.
Fantastic. And hopefully, as I said, we can use this interview today as an opportunity to be able to hopefully explore a different form of outreach with a wonderful opportunity just to really hear some of your wonderful insights and experiences from all of this important work that you're doing. Let's jump straight in. Tell me, how do you describe climate change? What is it?
So, for me, climate change is the worst phase of global warming. It is this cycle of changes caused in the Earth's climatic conditions, which have now led to an ecological and existential crisis. This has been caused by the steady increase of the temperature of the Earth over the years, and that has been due to pollution and carbon emissions as a result of our human activity. So, unfortunately, climate change was never natural. It isn't natural right now either. It's being caused by us humans. And whatever little impact it would have made is now being multiplied tens of thousands of times because of the wide scale on which we do our carbon emissions and our activities that leave behind a huge carbon footprint.
What are they? Those big carbon footprint activities? Just what are the main ones for you? What are the main causes of the carbon footprint? What are those examples?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yep. Can you hear me, Aman?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
So I think the connection is a bit bad.
Yeah. Okay. My apologies. Let's. What are those activities? Give me some specifics because it's. I feel like you've got a wonderful way of wonderful clarity in how you describe them. You said there are those big carbon emitting activities that humans
Hello.
do. What are those biggest carbon emitting activities? Can
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me, Aman?
Hello.
Hello,
Yeah, hi. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yep, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Sorry, I wasn't actually able to hear you before.
That's okay, no problem. My apologies too. We'll do what we can. So let's thank you for your patience and
No.
let's jump back into it. Perfect.
So, some of the activities that I think increase the carbon emissions and produce a huge carbon footprint would be the number of coal burning plants, which are increasing as our economies and our society starts to become more commercialized and as the industrialization in each country starts to increase. And another thing would be, so it directly relates to the transport industry. The more number of cars that we buy and we use, the more carbon emissions are produced. And unfortunately, most of us these days involve in consumerism. So we basically buy much more than what we need. And this is a huge problem as the small carbon footprint that we would have had earlier has now increased by tenfold due to this greed that we have to always want more and more and more.
Mm,
And obviously, the fossil fuel industry is hugely responsible for the carbon emissions that we have today.
absolutely. Um, Tell me what does it feel like to be a young person today?
So, I'm
How do you feel about the world?
unfortunately, I'm not really happy with the present situation we have today. I want to know that I'm safe and my future is going to be secure and my family's future is also going to be secure. I want to go back to bed every day knowing that man's war on its greatest asset, which is our natural resources and wildlife, has finally come to an end. And I want the reassurance that everything is going to be okay. But from where I come, which is New Delhi, things are anything but okay right now. New Delhi recently recorded its highest temperature ever of 48 degrees Celsius. And due to a horrible heat wave, our schools had to be shut down. The
Mm,
rain this year is much less than what we were supposed to get and have been getting till now. So it's a really horrible condition, and it's not just what I'm reading on paper or what I'm seeing in black and white. It's my daily experience that is really making me realize what is happening around us that we're turning a blind eye to.
yeah. Um, that's a really important distinction between the idea of.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? So that's a really. Can you hear me, Aman? Aman, one of the. I'm just gonna tell you one of the things with Skype is that you can only hear one person at a time. So it will, when you stop talking, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Aman,
Hello?
one of the, hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can get you now. Hi.
Okay,
Were you able to?
I'm no,
Hello?
I'm just going to tell you something. Just Skype doesn't work if when two people make a noise. So it only allows one microphone access point at the time. So if you keep making noise after you finish talking, it won't pick up my sound and you won't be able to hear me.
Oh, okay. So how can I resolve that issue?
So just when you finish, it's just give a pause and I will be able to start talking again. It's one of the abilities because it's only got one microphone port. It just means that we can't both be talking at once.
All right, got that. I'll do that. Were you
Perfect.
able to get my entire answer?
I heard your entire answer and it was perfect. It's really wonderful to hear you talk. So,
Thank
what I'll do is I'll always give you the space just to be able to answer, and then we can, and then when you're finished, I'll ask a question.
you. Okay, all right.
Perfect. Okay, so I did get that answer about what it felt like to be a young person growing up today. Um, but one of the things that was really interesting for me was that you used the distinction of your experience and your physical experience of being in Delhi and versus that idea of what we see on a screen or what images we see, the stories we hear about. Tell me, try and elaborate for me. What do you think is that difference between embodied experience for people and actually the feelings of it, rather than just awareness? What do you think is the main difference of experience there?
I think the main difference of experience related to seeing something on a screen or a newspaper is about the level of relatability. I may be seeing something on a screen, something that is happening in a different part of the world, or even if it's happening in my own country, and I may still be indifferent to it because it hasn't impacted me as a person yet. And I haven't firsthand seen the repercussions enough to believe that this could really be a major problem that will impact me and my daily life as I know it. But living through this experience and going through such a point in India's history of climate change, where every single state is having some or the other issue concerning floods or drought or water scarcity or heat wave that is related to climate change is really difficult for me because I'm seeing my world as I knew it in despair right now, and I'm seeing it crumbling under the impact of climate change, and I'm also seeing people not doing anything about it. So just living through this experience where you're going through this point where you don't know what to do and you don't know what you can do is something that's really scary and also something that gives you a reality check. You may not believe what you see online or you may not want to believe it, but when something is happening to you, you cannot ignore it anymore. You have to sort of stand up and make your voice be heard and raise your issues on these concerns.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. There's so much to think about with that wonderful answer. Do you think that how then do you think if you haven't experienced it yourself and you haven't experienced the feeling of climate change because maybe you live in a bubble and there are some people who may not even have had their own first-hand engagement. What do you think is the best course of action for those people who maybe themselves haven't experienced it and don't understand the full story?
So, as a generic answer, I mean, what people would usually say would be through education. and telling them and showing them articles and videos of what is happening around the world. But what I think is imperative and the most important thing right now for people to start caring about climate change is that we need to share these stories and we need to tell these stories and we need to share these experiences of people from across the world who are facing climate change and who are going through the severe impacts of climate change, which is completely changing the way that they see their daily lives happening. I think we need these stories to come into the limelight in the forefront of the climate crisis movement because it's these people who've been there through dark and difficult times that I think it's even difficult for us to imagine and who've really seen the brunt and the repercussions of inaction against climate change. So it's really them who can invoke these feelings of humanity and make us care about what is happening to people and what may happen to us also in the future, which is caused by climate change. So it's really, really important to get these people into the forefront and help them tell their stories. And yeah, that's, I think, an imperative part of making people care about climate change. You see, anyone can talk about climate change on a TV or a news channel or a newspaper, but getting the people who are out there in the parts of India that are facing water scarcity, or getting the people in the colder regions of the world that are seeing the ice melt before their very own eyes is very important.
Absolutely. And it's interesting. I just want to ask you to elaborate a little bit. You use the term story and this idea of the importance of the story of the individuals who are experiencing this firsthand. Tell me, what's been your experience with engaging with stories as a way of understanding climate change, and some of the things that you've learnt from that of what you think future campaigns should focus on in terms of focus on the story. Tell me about that.
So, I would like to share my story with you on this point. I've actually been a wildlife lover and a bird lover since I can remember, and I always used to admire them and look at them from my balcony. And I used to go on bird walks, especially to be able to see them and look at them in their entire glory and interact in their pristine habitats. But unfortunately, over the years, as it's been getting hotter, the water resources and food for these species has been decreasing. And for me, it's heartbreaking to see how the number of birds in my colony or in my city have decreased from what they once used to be to what they are now. And how the thousands of birds that used to come has now decreased to a number in merely in the hundreds. So it's just been, and talking to other people who are related to issues in conservation and hearing them speak and share their experience of how the animals and birds that they have dedicated their entire life to protect are now may just lose their entire population due to climate change is really, really sad, and it brings tears to my eyes to listen to this. And I have a few friends in Chennai, which is in South India, and is facing a severe water scarcity crisis right now. And talking to them and just listening to the kind of things they say about how it's been difficult for them even to acquire access to clean drinking water, and how the people in the weaker sections of society are having to pay exorbitant amounts for basic life amenities that everyone needs to be able to live, such as water, is really, really, it's been really hard to listen to these stories and just see how much it's impacting people. And people don't know about this because the people who are going through this are not the rich businessmen who can speak on news channels and are not the celebrities who are contacted by the media, but are the common man and the weaker sections of society that, since they're not as privileged as the other people or the rich people, they're going through these problems every day and nothing that they can do about it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And so, how do you think, let's talk about empathy and talking about this idea of of what it means to put yourself in someone else's shoes and to really understand someone else's experience. How do you think? How have you done that? How it be like? What is it when you hear the story of Chennai? What, like in your friends based down there? What is? Why do you feel it? How does it feel? How do you get to be in a place where you actually get the feeling of that experience? What do you think? Try and be as specific as possible. Like, I'm trying to think of as a messaging tool, as a way of the experiences of what you've heard. What is it that you've heard, and what are those things that sort of, when you hear them, it makes you feel and put yourself in someone else's shoes?
All right. So one of my friends told me that the water that used to be abundant before is now a life amenity that people are having to fight over, and people are having to despair over just obtaining. And the people over there, the policymakers who are responsible for the welfare of their citizens, have abandoned or ignored them or have completely denied the water crisis. And just listening to them and thinking of me being in their shoes, it's really sad. And I just feel that what position they are in, I can't even imagine myself being in that position. And that really makes me think about the need to conserve every every inch of water that I use, or every inch of any resource that I'm using, and think that if I don't step up my game of conservation, then I may as well be in their situation a few years or a few months down the line. And that's really scary for me. And thinking about that also makes me realize how the climate crisis is a human rights issue, and how very soon, if we still live in this bubble of ignorance and our own lives, then we might as well be the next people to face the brunt of this, this really, really pressing issue. And we may be as helpless as the people in Chennai who are facing water scarcity right now. And we may not be able to do anything to save ourselves, just like we're not being able to do anything to save them right now.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about sources, because this is an interesting point when you talk about, the fact that you're hearing something from a friend in Chennai is a very clear experience to me about, like what you were saying, of the importance of people that are experiencing it for themselves and hearing their story. In this case of you learning about Chennai, it's been through a friend, and by that I make the assumption that it's someone that you trust, a source that you trust. I want to just hear about how do you engage with sources about climate change, and what do you think is that difference of sources that you can trust, and what makes you trust a source? Talk to me about the sources.
It's just that, you see, when you talk to someone that you have that factor already that you're going to be listening to a first-hand experience. And since you care for them, this is an issue that if it's impacting them, it's going to impact you as well. And just listening to that person who you care so much for go through this horrible experience that you can't imagine yourself being placed in, just makes the source and the information and the entire impact of that information on me very real and very organic for me, and is in many ways a reality check for me. When I listen to people talk on other sources such as the television or the newspaper or the internet, it seems a bit more distant and a bit less relatable for me to be able to put myself in their shoes, since I don't know them as a person, I don't know personally what problems they've been facing. But just listening to your friends or your family going through these horrible experiences, and you not being able to do anything for them and not being able to help them, just puts you in such a really, really horrible situation. And that's how you know that you can trust these sources, and how their first hand experience is something that you need to listen to and you need to share with everyone that you speak to.
So, but then how do you think that's very clear. But how do you think we overcome the problem of listening to sources who maybe aren't friends or family, but are people who have experienced climate change in first-hand experience, but they're not necessarily someone that we know? How do you, in your experiences, what's the difference of trusting sources of people you don't know? How do you build trust? What does that look like for you?
For me, it's always about the person and their story. And when they speak and when they share their experience, I think that you're sort of able to tell what they're speaking about and what place and where they're coming from and where their story is coming from. And on that basis, you can evaluate what they're speaking of. Um, Everyone that I've heard speak about till now about climate change has mostly been from the economically weaker society or the native tribes that live in the forest or the people who are living in areas that have been impacted by climate change in really, really unspeakable ways. So it's just that in the end, all of us are human, and speaking about the problems that they're facing, you cannot turn a blind eye to them. The humanity in you reaches out to them, and just wants to tell them that we're here for you, and we support you, and we're gonna help you.
Mm.
And I think that's the important part. It's about the person, and it's about humanity, and it's about your belief in them and their personal story.
Okay. And where do non-human elements fall into that? Because I think that's often one of the big things when we talk about aspects of extinction and aspects of the plant and animal life and other species life, but the idea of also the non-humans in this story. We're talking about the human rights aspects, but where does that fit in for you? Because I know it sounds like your experience as a bird watcher was your first-hand experience of understanding the weakening bird numbers, and for you that sounded like a first-hand experience. So where does that fit in about non-humans?
Other than just the humanitarian aspect of climate change is an ecological crisis. And it's the shutting down of the entire ecosystem as we've known it. For me, it's been so heartbreaking, and I always tear up when I listen to what is happening to the animals and birds around me. But I always feel how other people don't always prioritize conservation of wildlife over other things. A lot of people, when they talk about climate change, only take into aspect and into perspective what is happening to us humans that we can speak for. But what about the thousands of animals that are out there that have no ACs and no air conditioners or no air purifiers to save them from this crisis, and that are out there facing the brunt of what is happening to them? And my heart reaches out to them because I don't think we can survive as a planet or in a world where our ecosystem has been destroyed and where our greatest asset, which is our wildlife, is not there with us anymore.
Mm.
Entire ecosystem and we depend on each other for a proper survival. I mean, the reduction in the numbers of bees and birds and butterflies, which are the main agents of pollination, is going to, in the long run, have a severe impact on farmers and on the ecology of all of the habitats they inhabit. And it's going to be devastating to see their numbers decrease. I mean, the natural rate of extinction of animals on the earth has increased from 1,000 to 10,000 times because of human activity. And the populations of insects and amphibians and butterflies have steadily been decreasing from 30 to 40%.
Mm.
How do we survive in a world where we don't care about our the creatures that we're coexisting with? How can we survive in a world that has no birds or animals anymore? And how can we do this to our own ecosystem and to our own creatures that inhabit this earth with us? It's it's about a spectrum of coexistence where we all need to take into consideration our mutual needs. I'm completely all right with missing that extra building on the road that leads from my house, but I'm not okay with destroying the forest or the trees that have stood there since so many years and supported a plethora of animals and birds to be cut down to make that one building. We don't want malls and we don't want more cities and we don't want more buildings or more roads. We just want the government and the policymakers to preserve our natural resources and preserve the wildlife that we have right now.
What do you think is in? I'm just trying to think. There's lots to that. It's well said. I'd love to hear. I'd love if you can expand a little bit on the idea of what we do want and what is it? What do you want? Like, try and describe for me. There's a nice description just of talking about that difference of, almost the preservation of, particular species and wildlife. But try and explain to me, what is it that you want? What is it? What are you fighting for?
In relation to wildlife or in general?
I would say in general, because I'm interested in the links between, if wildlife is the thing that you answer with that question, then that's great. But I'm really interested just to know, what is it? What's the image of, what are you fighting for? What are these changes that we actually want, that you want?
I think the entire climate crisis has never been about one person or one section of society or one part of the world. It's always been about the connection that people have with animals and with each other and with the environment in general. And that's what we're trying to protect here. We're trying to protect ourselves and the environment from the brunt of climate change, from the brunt of this crisis that has been induced by man and consumerism and unlimited greed. What we're asking here for is for the government to take action and to notice that climate change is affecting each part of society as we know it right now. We want them to, every government is accountable to every government is accountable to the people who choose. And we want our representatives to take up the issue that we are fighting for. We want the green lungs of our cities to be safe and to keep providing us with the oxygen that we need right now. We are very happy to spare the extra train cutting through the coastal habitats in central India and the road and the highways that are cutting through the tiger sanctuaries in South India. But we want those green lungs to be there to preserve us. I mean, living in Delhi, which is such a polluted city, I might as well be smoking cigarettes right now because that's what's being done to my lungs. And those are the years that are being taken away from my life. At the benefit of the rich businessmen who are sitting there in their own bubble thinking just about their profits. And that's something that I think we need to fight here. We need to fight for equal rights, for not only for humans, but even for the people who are voiceless, even for the animals. We want all of us to, since all of us have an equal stake in this crisis, we want all of our needs to be taken into consideration, be it the declaration of a national climate emergency or more initiatives towards recycling, which is so needed right now, or waste management, segregation of waste, and a complete what we're asking for is for our voices to be heard and for the government to take notice that after so many years of begging and trying and advocacy to stop and prevent the climate change, we are now at a point that we can't even prevent it and we can't even stop it. Also, will effect on us. And that is something that we need to start right now. I don't know how much of a civilization we'll be left with at the road. Our silence right now could affect our survival. That is why it's so important for us to raise our voices and talk about what we care about and what is affecting us. My education is being hampered by the climate crisis. I cannot go to school because of the level of heat that there is, and the schools are being shut down. And people who want to play, people who play sports, or people who work out in the heat, their livelihood is being affected and their interests are being affected. we want a world where we all live in peace with the environment and with all the other factors that we have to take into consideration, like air and water.
Okay, thank you so much. What do you think are the biggest problems that are stopping all of that? It sounds like a clear vision of what we need to do and what have you, but what do you think are what are the biggest things that are stopping that?
I think there are 5 points that are mainly stopping or are obstacles to action against the climate crisis. So, denial, lack of awareness, the fossil fuel industry, consumerism, and misguided ideas of development. Unfortunately, a lot of people have completely been in denial of the fact that climate change is real and climate change is impacting India or the world in general. And I think we have to attribute that to the fact that people usually, the most pressing issues are the ones that are kept on as backbenchers by people because they don't want to think about it and they don't want to spend time focusing on that. But that is what we need right now. That is what we need right now. The climate crisis in so many years has only made us lose such valuable time. And not acting on it right now is equivalent to pressing the self destruct button on our lives.
Mm.
So, denial is something that, at least in India, it's been really hard to overcome denial. And people talk about how climate crisis isn't actually affecting. And as kids, we are usually told that, why are you wasting time on this? Don't you have better things to do? Don't you have time to study? Don't you need to go and focus on school? But my point to you is, what is the point of me focusing on school when the entire country has abandoned the very fact of focusing on our future? And the other point I would feel is lack of awareness. Again, a lot of people don't know about these impacts of climate change and what it's doing to the world and the environment. And that is why I feel that first-hand experiences need to be told and shared.
Mm.
Fossil fuel industry and the human tendency to indulge in consumerism is something that we need to overcome very soon, or it will destroy our entire society and environment. The fossil fuel industry is one of the major contributors to carbon emissions. And I think there is a dire need for each country to invest in renewable alternatives. And in fact, renewable sources of energy shouldn't even be an alternative. They should be the main thing that we should be focusing on right now. The other point that I feel is a lot of policymakers have a misguided ideal of development and progress. What is development and progress for a nation? Is it only the business that we should be focusing on? And is it only the economy? Because unfortunately, years of doing that has led to a point where hundreds and thousands of people are being affected by climate crisis. 600 million people in India are at risk due to this crisis that is happening right now. I think each country needs to realize and needs to change the traditional mindset that people have had and policymakers have had, that for a country to progress, we must follow a policy of development over environment. But this needs to be changed to development not at the cost of environment. Because unfortunately, this generalization has caused environment and development to be isolated from each other and excluded from each other. And that is, I think, partly to blame for this climate crisis that we are facing right now. Because for a nation to truly progress, the economy, industry, and the environment must be mutually inclusive and must work together. So the government needs to realign its policies from focusing not only on the developmental aspect for humans, but also the development aspect of the entire ecosystem as a whole, including all the creatures we coexist with, and taking into account factors like clean air and water.
Mm.
So those are, I think, the major obstacles and how we can sort of get around them and why there is a need to combat them.
Mm. And what's your proof for that? What's like if you were presenting that as a little plan, what's your evidence for that? How do you break that down? What's your proof?
So, unfortunately, living in India, the proof is all around me. 21 major Indian cities will face severe groundwater level decrease by 2020. And one of the cities is going to be the very one that I live in, and the capital city. which is New Delhi. One part of India just went through a horrible flood that has ravaged the city and cost the government so much money. And another part in the south is facing severe water scarcity, which is ironical because two extremes of the climate crisis can be seen right here. Kaziranga, which is a national park and a stronghold for the Indian rhinoceros in the eastern part of India, is going through excessive flooding right now, which is drowning several animals and humans by the minute. All 15 of the world's hottest cities were in India. The heat waves this year have caused around 184 deaths in one of the Indian states and around 36 deaths in northern India, according to reports. So Indian citizens are going through an existential crisis right now, and we aren't even realizing this. The scorching and deadly heat waves in North India, and the water scarcity in South India, and the floods in Central India, and the cyclones in the coastal regions, and catastrophes happening all over the world are not isolated events, but they can be linked to this single phenomena called climate change, which is affecting 600 million Indian citizens right now. How much proof do we need to provide that the climate change is real? And how many more people must die before the policymakers can realize that it's not the fault of the infants and the people and the animals that are being affected by this, but it's the fault of all of those corporations and all of those institutions that are just not taking responsibility and taking charge of this crisis and committing themselves to avert this crisis before it turns even more deadly. After so many deaths already in India, and the poor people and the economically weaker sections of society going through a crisis where they have no access to basic amenities and facilities of life. Can we really wait for a few more years until we have enough proof that it's already there in all the scientific reports and the daily experiences that we're living through?
What do you think is what do you think is the relationship between a country like India that has obviously so many of these examples that you're referring to of very extreme repercussions of climate change, and people often in states of only developing or still even more basic sort of access to response. So a lot of people that themselves are in are first-hand affected. How does that play out for you on a global level? Because I'm really interested that there's often a lot of the examples that you're using are about other parts of India itself, still the country that you're from, but not about Delhi itself. So it's about all of those others that are experiencing it. And I'm really interested to sort of understand a little bit about the relationship between global and local. And what do you think, what's that relationship about with in terms of how we understand these aspects?
So, if you see, the world is, as I would like to say, the world is an extended family of people who are interacting and living with each other on a daily basis. And anything that we do in any part of the world is, if it's a negative thing, it's going to have a detrimental impact on other places. For an example, unfortunately, there has been a rapid increase in the melting rate of ice in the colder regions of the world and the North Poles because of climate change. And this has been causing the ice to melt into the ocean and increase the sea levels. And India, having a huge coastal region and a huge part of it being beaches and coastal islands, would have a horrible impact on the country as a nation if these coastal areas get submerged. And a few reports and studies actually predict that unless we take action right now, then we won't be able to avert this crisis, and a big part of India will actually be submerged. And not only will this ruin the ecology or the economy of those places, it's also going to take away the source of livelihood of the millions of people who live there. And I don't think there'll be any compensation to give to a person who's lost their home. So climate change goes, it goes much beyond being just a local threat to specific places experiencing these changes. It's a threat to all the living beings. It's going to affect all life on the earth, from to the largest blue whale, and from the largest ocean to the greenest jungle, and the poorest essentials of this man. So really, unless we, other than just taking local steps to avert the current crisis in our countries, unless we don't come together as a world and as a team of nations, I don't think there's much that can really be done. We need to take a united front against this climate and present solutions that can be uniformly applied in each country and that can help countries grow with each other and support each other. Uh, that is really imperative right now. I don't want few countries that are green lungs for the world to be suffering because of the carbon emissions produced by the other multinational superpowers. I want there to be a unified action and unified agreement and understanding of why all the countries need to work together to avert this crisis.
What do you think about the if you can just share a little bit about your thoughts, and it is a little bit specific to India, but as a response, there's often a comment when we talk about developing economies like in India, that there's often a talk within policymakers to say, for a lot of developed countries around the world who have previously profited from their own resource extraction, that developing nations, that it's not fair for the aspect that they would be limited. What are your thoughts on that? How does that measure in terms of the idea of global responsibility, and not just those who will be affected, but maybe talking about those who actually have to take a stand?
So I also have a lot of people say that the current climate crisis is, one of the major and biggest contributors to the current climate crisis are the developing nations and developing countries, because they're the ones that are sort of, have the most amount of overpopulation or poverty or carbon footprint, or, since they're developing, they are the ones that are producing the most amount of carbon emissions. I don't think it's fine or it's acceptable to just shift or throw away responsibility like that. It is not the fault of any one single nation that we are going through this climate crisis. It's the fault of every nation and every person who's remained mum on this issue and who hasn't shared their perspective or taken any measures to combat this. I don't think it's right to shift the blame onto someone else. That's just a way of averting the fact that you are responsible for this crisis as well, and you have a part to play in it. In fact, if I can just bring this down to a smaller and more personal scale, a lot of the ministers and a lot of the people that we talk to say that, kids are going to be the ones who are going to save this world. But I don't completely agree with that statement, because we kids cannot do anything unless we have the support of these policymakers. And for them to say that is just a way of shifting responsibility from the person who is really accountable for what we're going through right now. We need the countries to realize that it's not one country or one nation or one developing nation that they can blame. Them also who need to step up and take responsibility for their part in this crisis, and then take measures to combat it. We're not going out saying that it's the power of the superpowers, or it's a problem of the superpowers, or it's something that's been caused by the richest countries or the most developed countries. It's a collective issue, and it's a shared and collective responsibility that we need to realize. It's not India's fault only that it's just the generalization of the norm. Development of a country is so flawed and so misguided as an ideal from the start. I don't think it's important for a country to have for a developing country to have as many industries and plants and, fossil fuel industries as XYZ country who is already developed. I think we all need to look at our geographical location, and we need to see how much can we really afford to use, how many natural resources can we really afford to exploit, and how much do we need to retain with us for a sustainable future and for sustainable development to occur. So I think that's something that we need to combat and we need to work out as a world.
Yes, absolutely. Just maybe on that, it would be great to hear some of your reflections on the article I sent you. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to read it, but it was obviously the United Nations expert who posed that with climate change, one of the biggest sort of questions is that our human rights will be highly tested to a point where the very notion that there will be such a disparity within countries and globally of those affected versus those who are insulated in their own safety, that there's a really vast disparity and that will have quite fundamental effects on our human rights. Can I just ask you, what are some of your reflections on that?
What I want to say is definitely we already have a society built up of haves and have-nots. And if you think about it, the people the native tribes and the simple people who've been living a life of sustainability till now, who've been living the most sustainable lives of most of the people out there, are the ones who are facing this crisis the most. Because they're the ones who don't have access to air conditioners or air purifiers or to large homes that can save them from the heat that we're experiencing every day. Um, and unfortunately, climate change is a problem of humanity, of human rights, and it is a humanitarian issue. It is a global issue that we need to address. Unfortunately, the people of color and people who live in economically weaker sections of society and people who've already been discriminated against since ages are the people who are most greatly um, affected by this crisis. And that's just going to increase the gap that we already have in society between the poor and the rich. And it's going to keep violating our rights to equality and our rights to a clean environment. As equal citizens, I think we all should have an equal access to basic amenities like clean air and water. And the climate crisis is living proof that very soon that may not be possible, since it creates such a huge threat to the basic notion and idea of equality that we have right now, and to the basic notion and idea of human rights that we have right now. How can you live in a world, or how can you think about living in a world where people who by law are supposed to be equal citizens are going through unequal experiences and horrendous experiences in their lives because of climate change? That, in a lot of cases, is not even being caused by them. It's the good people, the people who've been working towards the environment, and those who respect and worship the environment, who are going through these problems right now, whose forests and homes are being uprooted and displaced for mining, or for mining and fossil fuel, and whose basic rights to life, to clean air, to clean water, and to a secure future and stable livelihood are being denied.
Mm. What do you think is when I listen to you, you're so passionate about the cause, and speak with so much of your heart. It's a real pleasure to learn from you. I wonder what do you think? What's the difference? What makes you care, and what makes other people not? What do you think it is?
I had the privilege of always associating myself with nature, and I feel I'm the happiest person when I'm surrounded by green and by trees and by plants. Unfortunately, due to the system that we have in place right now that prioritizes everything else in society other than and over the environment, a lot of people have not had the chance or the exposure of being out there and connecting with nature and taking their own sweet time to process what we have and why we need to preserve it. And that emotional connect and that lack of touch and link between us and our roots in nature is something that is lacking right now, and is something that may be hindering a lot of people from fully taking this crisis by the horns and wanting to advocate for sustainable development and a sustainable lifestyle. I feel that is something that we really need to work on right now as a society, because this is an issue that is not going to leave any of us. It's going to affect each and every person, whether we care about the environment or whether we don't. So I think it's high time that we wake up to what is happening around us. If we just stop for a second and we listen to what others are saying, everything will start making sense. My friends, I always was passionate about such issues, but they didn't really know much about it. To indulge in a lot of consumerism and using of plastic straws and plastic goods. But after I started bringing out these experiences and these stories to them and telling them about the facts and figures of what is happening around, they have become really, really sensitive to the issue and have thankfully also taken it up as an issue that they care about. So it's the responsibility of the parents and schools to teach the kids the importance of environment and the importance of wildlife in nature in our lives and why we need to protect and preserve them. It's the need of the hour. I don't think we can fight for an issue that we don't care about and that we're not sensitive about. So sensitivity is something that we need to bring about as soon as we can and right now.
So how do we do that? What do you think? What would you recommend?
I think that every person needs to go out there. I mean, like we talked earlier, I think real life experiences is important. And sharing them and telling your stories to the world and the stories you've heard and sharing them with the world is important, which I'm hoping that through this forum I'll be able to do more of. And I feel it's very important for the schools also to themselves take this up, because if you think about it, change starts at the grassroots level and the individual level first, and only then can it move to a mass and unified level. So what the schools need to do is that they need to have a class or a course or any workshop at least twice a week on environmental issues to create a generation of environmentally conscious future citizens. And because we all need to do our own bit in saving earth, and we can only do that once we care about it. I think the schools need to have a social impact mandate that requires them to take part in organized activities like tree plantations and waste recycling initiatives or climate strikes and protests as workshops for the students. I think that is something that we are lacking currently. The involvement of the schools and institutions that we have in educating and creating awareness among younger children.
That's really interesting to hear you say that, because just if I can reflect on some of the wonderful chats I've had with some of the other youth activists, one of the things that has been a big thing, for example, from one participant from Florida in the USA, was she reflected that her school was actually a really important foundation for where she learnt herself and where she had that first-hand experience of learning. It sounds like from what you're saying that your personal experience has been not necessarily that schools taught you, but what I would perhaps suggest is, based on your earlier answer, that your first initiation of really understanding first-hand natural elements was also with your own sense of appreciation. So it's interesting to think about that, of the roles of schools, and as you've identified in the case of your particular case, and I wonder if it is a case across Delhi and even potentially across India, of what the relationship of the schools has been for your awareness building and your trust versus what you think it should be.
So, in my particular school, once I pitched to them this idea, has actually been really supportive of environmental initiatives that we've been taking up, and is actually using a lot of things that are supporting environmental conservation, such as using a rainwater harvesting system and solar panels for their energy needs, and also helping in making the school plastic free and single use plastic free day by day. But unfortunately, on a much larger scale, taking into taking into perspective a lot of developing nations or underdeveloped nations, that is not the case. And not every student gets support. My question that I pose to the schools are, I don't think any institution needs to wait for someone to come up to give them the support. I think the support system should be there from the time a toddler enters school till the time that he leaves school, and probably even after he does so. I think the schools need to imbibe a feeling of appreciation of nature and animals through various activities that they undertake, rather than just supporting a student or students after they've already got that feeling of connection. It should be a sole responsibility, as by law we're supposed to be citizens that are affectionate and passionate and care for each around us. It should be the sole responsibility of every school to imbibe that as one of their foundation values in each student.
Fantastic. It sounds we're approaching the end of the interview, so I am thanking you for your time. Just a couple more questions. I'm interested just to ask you about the experience of some of the other youth climate movement, because it sounds like you've had some really very powerful initiatives that you've both been part of and initiated yourself, that have really found a foundation within the acknowledgement of other youth activists and, you know, wonderful experiences of communal protest. I'd love just to ask you about what is it that unites those interested in your context. What is it? What's the thing that unites all of you? And try and think of it like this within the question of what unites you, and so furthermore, what separates you from those who don't necessarily fight for the environment with the same passion or rigor? What do you think?
So, as far as the protests that we've done till now, we've got a lot of support and encouragement, and it's been a wonderful platform to meet and interact with other children who are like-minded and who feel as much as we do about these causes. But from what we've heard from a lot of people has been that they haven't been able to get a forum or proper guidance or a platform where they can voice their opinions and speak about this. On the individual level, there are a lot of people who are doing these things, but they're just waiting to be connected with that one organization or that one person or that one person who has an incredible influence on the way they think about things, or even the proper guidance to start their own initiative, is what they've been saying that they haven't got proper exposure to. And through these strikes, that's what we want to do. Every person has a Greta in them, if I can say that. If just they feel and are passionate about the cause, they just need to realize it. And a lot of people around the world are doing a lot of good things and inspiring a lot of young people to take up these issues and speak about it. As for my feelings for the people who don't care about this issue as much or are not passionate about the environment, I feel that it is a responsibility of each citizen to have a sense of duty towards protecting and preserving our natural forests. And I feel that if a person is not a die-hard advocate of environmental concerns, but still doing their own bit to work towards sustainable development, to reduce the use of single-use plastics and reduce their carbon footprint in their day-to-day lives, even if it's just to make them feel better about themselves, I think it's helping our movement and it's helping us as a society grow further. And we need more people like them. Maybe everyone cannot be an environmental advocate or feel as passionately about every issue if they don't have that, sense of connection imbibed in them. But if everyone can do their own bit to fight for the environment and support those fighting for it.
Yeah. How do you think? What I'm just going to ask for your advice, because Yeah, you've got such wonderful engagement with the world, and I just really want to ask your advice on this. As someone who's a researcher working in the climate, and often one of the forms that I share my information is in film. Similarly, in this case, with this interview, with the relationship of the information being used for UNICEF campaigns, what would you, based on hearing all of your wonderful experience, I want to understand, what do you actually think? What do you think is what do you think is the best thing that we can produce? What's the next step for the campaign? What do you think needs to be done in order to really start to see some change?
One of the things that I always feel is just because, I am advocated for the environment, and there are some other people who are advocating and other children who are advocating for the environment, does not mean that this fight is about me or this fight is about us. This fight is about every single person who's going to be at risk from climate change. So what we need is for people to come together at this protected of the environment and to save ourselves from the climate crisis. Our representatives are supposed to be accountable to us as they're elected by us. But that is something that I've not seen a lot of recently. And while there are some countries where politicians are really taking climate change into mainstream media, there are a lot of other countries where climate change is being suppressed and just sort of, pushed under the carpet and not being talked of. We as people have the power of the entire country. We as people constitute the entire country, and if there is even half of the population of a country that wants to make a change, or even one person, in fact, it's going to create a ripple effect, and people are going to come out and they're going to in country. So what we do is united us against this fight to the politicians, ask for their help and their cooperation in averting this crisis. The end, as citizens, we are the ones who the makers are looking for. We are the ones who have the power to change our entire society, economy, and political front. So we need to stand up and claim our rights to a secure future and speak about what we need and what we feel and our idea of development is opposed to what a policymakers or what another institution's idea of progress is for our nation.
Whose future are you fighting for?
I'm fighting for the future of every person who lives on this planet and every person who's currently being affected by climate change and feeling hopeless or helpless and feeling that there's nothing that they can do to improve their conditions. And we're fighting for the rights of each and every animal and bird and insect that unfortunately cannot raise their own concerns and their opinions, but is being impacted just as much or maybe even more than any human is. We are fighting for the future of this planet and for the future of the world as we know it right now. As we have always stated and we've always said, we don't have a second Earth to rely on. If we destroy the biodiversity and the life on this Earth that we have right now, what's the point of spending trillions of dollars in finding another planet and going into space when we're spending billions, trillions of dollars destroying the life on this very planet? Are we expecting that we'll somehow find another planet that we can shift to and that will not have the same problems? I'm actually hoping that doesn't happen because I don't think we really have the sort of space where we can keep on destroying things and taking things that we need. We need to stand up to this issue. This is not something that can be resolved, and this is not something that can be ignored if we don't have a mass action against it and if we don't have an agreement on this. So we need to fight for our future and for your future, for the future of every person who's listening to this, and for the future of every single living creature that lives on this earth, and every single other factor such as oceans and our rivers and our forests that constitute our planet.
What's the world that you want to live in? What does it look like? What does it feel? What does it feel like? What the world that you want to live in?
That I want to live in is a world with clean air and abundance of forests and a sustainable lifestyle and sustainable use of resources. I want to live in this world where man's war on all of our natural resources and wildlife is completely ended, and a world where I can feel secure and safe and reassured about my own future and about our future as a collective planet. I want this world to be an ideal for coexistence among animals and humans, and an ideal for environmental conservation and progress that occurs only when you keep the environment as well as the humanitarian and economic aspect in mind.
Look, it's been an absolute pleasure to learn from you today and to be in conversation. As a final question, I'd love to ask you just if there are any other final thoughts or additional opinions that you'd like to share that you believe would be valuable, um, and also to reflect on a final follow-up question of how you're feeling, because I'm also interested just to hear you as final thoughts for this piece, to reflect on how you're feeling after you've just spent the last hour and 10 minutes talking about the climate, sharing your ideas, what's come up, the experience for you. How does it actually make you feel? So, final remarks from this wonderful conversation today with Aman. It would be a privilege to hear what those final thoughts were.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, it's really great that you're coming out here and supporting our cause. Um, so, one of my thoughts that I would like to share with you as an addition would be my message to the people who are listening to this and the people who need a reassurance or who need motivation to act on this. Very soon, fossil fuels and carbon emissions are going to take over our air and the world as we know it. And this, our silence right now, may affect our survival then. Denying climate change has only made us lose valuable time, and not acting on it further is going to be disastrous for the human population. Air, which is supposed to be the nectar of life and supposed to give us life, is now the very thing that is threatening our existence on this planet due to being poisoned by all of us. And we kids who are fighting for this movement can now start to see 2019 as the beginning of the end. And we hope that we can act before it is too late. Because the youth of today is now politically aware and environmentally conscious. And we know what we want, and we know how our priorities need to be the environment along with development, and not just one of them in isolation. Within 2 years, me personally and a lot of other young climate activists are going to be of voting age. And we shall only vote for the environmentally conscious parties in our next elections. Because it is time that the political and social and economic scenario of the world changes to include climate justice and climate action and environmental conservation as a mainstream political topic of discussion and agenda. This is the need of the hour that we need to do. And this is what we need to present to the world. And that hope, I think, is really important to a lot of people. But the hope will only be there once we start acting and once we take a united action against what is happening right now. And that is what I would request all of you to do. And take up this issue in your own way and contribute in whatever way that you can to saving our planet. Thank you.
And on those beautiful words, we'll call that a day. This has been Blake Paul Kendall chatting with Aman Sharma, with the Learning from the School Strikers, starting to understand an engagement of how globally our youth movement are looking at the climate crisis. I thank Aman for today, and it's been an absolute pleasure to learn from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for providing this forum for us to speak and spread our message. I mean, this conversation has been extremely knowledgeable and extremely nice for me to interact with, also knowing that we have support from different places of the world for this initiative that we are running in India. And I think that is really important for us to see the kind of encouragement and support that we're getting, and to know that no matter what happens, we always have people behind us who are there for us and who are there for our future. So thank you for that. And thank you for letting us speak about the local concerns as well as the national concerns that we are facing right now, and really talk about the problems that we need to combat. Thank you for this conversation.
Absolute pleasure. No, it's so fantastic, and I really genuinely, you have such a wonderful sensitivity, and I love that you acknowledge the senses and the very much the experiential element of what it means to understand what it is that we fight for. And I think, much to your credit, as similarly with my own body of research and my own embodied experience, for me, understanding what it is that we fight for is perhaps the greatest dilemma that we face with so many of the people in this world. Because to really understand a climate in crisis is to understand a collective in crisis who, in many ways, have been blinded or distracted enough to not even realize what's going on around them because they're too busy looking at their own screen or looking in the mirror. Whatever that means, it's mere thoughts to share, but I genuinely appreciate chatting with you, and let's stay in touch. And I would love to, over the next stages of the research, actually also share some of my interpretations and some of the aspects that stand out to me across all of the interviews, because I think one of the beautiful things that also comes up is, as you say, it's that moment of acknowledging solidarity and connectivity, and actually just going, you know what, it is a hard battle, and it's, dire straits. There's a lot to be fighting for, but a little bit of solidarity and a little bit of support does go a long way. So I stand in support with you and all of your wonderful work, and from the bottom of my feeling body and my heart, thank you for today's chat, and keep up all the wonderful work.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful chatting to you, and I would really, really love for you to keep in touch and share all those updates with me. And
perfect,
so
perfect. Okay, all the best. Have a wonderful day, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, mate. All the best. Bye. Bye. Okay, well, I'll click record now as well. That's great. Perfect. And just out of interest, what time is it there now? It's
8 o'clock.
8. Yeah, perfect. Good. Just making sure I was getting all of my time zones correct.
Yeah, no, me too. I was like, okay, wait, where am I?
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. So I've just clicked record on audio. We won't worry about picture, so that's fine. So don't be too worried about that. But thank you so much for taking the time. And maybe if we can kick off, I'd love to know, if you can introduce yourself. Tell me who you are, where you are in the world, and to try and paint the picture for me of what is Julia's world? What does your world look like? What's important to you? What's been your experiences of how the world makes sense to you?
So this is really more of a personal kind of take on it, less because I was thinking, first thinking of that question, thinking of like, okay, what is my part of the world like? But I'll go into like my world, this crazy world. So my name is Julia Weber. I am a co-founder of the Sarasota Climate Strikes. It's something we do every Friday. We go downtown and we hold our signs for about an hour So it's kind of brief, and we've held a different global climate strike in solidarity for kind of a longer bit of time. But I think, wow, it's such a cool question because you get to like introspect so much. But I definitely think a lot about a lot of things, and sometimes it becomes overwhelming. But I think painting a picture of my world is, I find myself to be a very fortunate person. I am surrounded by amazing people. I've gotten to experience so many lovely things. I think I've also just been empowered in a really, really fantastic way. And I think kind of my involvement in this whole cause and continuing involvement hopefully has kind of come from like understanding that I think it comes from this just thinking like, how am I so lucky in my life? And I don't know if like what this idea that, you know, I have not only like quite a good bit of happiness, but also just security and safety and loving relationships. It's just the things that I know, you know, aren't universal, but should be universal and need to be universal. So I think it's like, I have this power, in a sense of, you know, having resources, having just whatever that power is, but there's definitely a power. So how can I not like do something with that power? So I find regardless of, kind of the specific cause, but just kind of trying to involve myself in things that are maybe going to make a difference in the world, make me feel better about living, make things worthwhile. And I just, like, I love learning new things. I love listening. I love like being immersed in the world that way. And I think I find just kind of picking up causes, and specifically causes relating to climate change and climate justice. I think so often I get, like, it's hard to always see the bigger picture, but I'm trying so hard to always see the bigger picture for things. But the details are so beautiful as well. Like just the people I've met, the connections I've been able to have, but I can't, you know, get caught in that kind of like flow stage without thinking like, okay, why am I doing this? Why am I standing on the corner on Friday? So I think maybe that gives kind of a picture of the world. A lot of it is also stream of conscious writing and some art and all of the crazy, wonderful things, but that's me for you a bit.
Perfect. And can I just ask, is it, do you live in an urban environment or rural environment? What's, on a physical level, what's your world like?
So it's definitely urban. It's like a medium-sized city. Definitely, it's a coastal city as well. So you've got kind of like your coastal influences, lots of tourism. That's the main sector of our economy. So there's tons of people from all over, but also there's lots of old people as well, because that is a big part. And so there's a lot of things in the community related to just an older demographic. It's definitely like in getting bigger too, the city, and just the kind of the development. People are tending to now move out of the cities a little more, just which makes sense in a lot of ways, but also the city is continuously developing. And I know there's a lot of push to help it develop sustainably, because I feel really lucky to be in a spot where people genuinely care about the environment. There are tons of like micro movements, I guess, like whether it's, you know, people striking on the corner, or whether it's our local farmers market or this or that you don't often, or not, I wouldn't say don't often, but that you don't necessarily see in all parts of Florida where I am in the States. So that's something that's kind of different. So it's definitely a more urban place.
Okay, perfect. And so let's jump into it. Let's jump into climate change and questions of it. How do you describe it? What is at its heart, for someone who's never heard of it? What is climate change? How would you describe that?
I was thinking about this question a lot because I was wondering if maybe a fault in why perhaps we don't see as many people like kind of getting on board with why we need to help climate change is maybe like, are people framing it wrong? Are people framing it in a way that isn't making it sound as urgent? And that's a lot of what Greta Thunberg has talked about, of like, this is like the house is on fire, we need to do something. So I think, and I was just thinking kind of abstractly more so about it. Like, I would say it's a great imbalance in the world in general, like in a very broad sense. And I know that's super vague, and you can get into the science of it, how the carbon systems are off and the nitrogen system. But I think if we can learn and understand nature in such a way where we understand how it's supposed to work and how it is designed so beautifully to work so smoothly, and how there is a place a very smooth place for humans to be. I think if we kind of look at maybe how it should be and how just the meticulous way it was designed, and then kind of look at how those systems aren't working, I think that could help us kind of mobilize the issue more so we can understand, like, okay, how can we get back to this equilibrium that we're kind of we've moved away from? Or the question is, were we ever at an equilibrium? And I think I would say yes, but I think I would try to describe it in broader terms at first, and then maybe go into the details. Because I think so often people, like, maybe they don't want to listen to the science behind it. That's not always relatable for everyone. So I guess that's my take on it in a more bigger picture way.
Perfect. I'm just thinking you used the term systems there, as if is that almost like ecological systems? Yeah. Could you try and just describe for me what, like, when you say that was a great description of how you frame it, but so you'd say you'd always start off with that bigger picture. What is that bigger picture of what it looks like? How, just trying to see as you say, there's so many issues with how we actually describe it, and perhaps that is one of the biggest problems in people being aware of it. How do you do it? How do you describe it?
I think it comes from like a place of wonder and a place of just like awe for how beautifully designed this world is, and not getting metaphysical at all, but just kind of appreciating. If we can learn to like appreciate just like, this is gonna sound maybe cheesy, but yesterday I was watching a spider spin a web, and just, I don't know, thinking and looking deeply into this, like, how it's just crazy. If you like think about how things grow and decompose, and how it's this one big cycle that is just already kind of moving for the world, because it's got, like, everything has a role in the world. And I think, like, I'm just amazed by soil science and soil health, and how, like, important even the smallest, like, molecules are to that perfect system. So I think when I'm talking about systems, I'm more so talking about just the way that just the whole cycle of life, which I know is, again, super broad, but it comes down to it's an art. And I think of, like, permaculture and the principles of permaculture, like gardening in a way that models nature, which I've had some experience in. And I think that's taught me so much about, okay, how is the world in a natural sense supposed to work? And then I think layering a social sense over that is something that's so important that we have to do as humans. And I think that also, that's when you find, like, the collide where you've got, like, your climate change fighting climate change, but then, like, the whole climate justice side of it. So it's something that we have to address in every single facet that we know, because we know it is so widespread, and we know that A does not equal B. Like, there's so many letters in between, or A to Z. Like, there's so many letters and there's so many factors to take into account. But I think, again, going back, I'm coming all the way around, but the cyclical nature of it is something that I think we need to understand how we can mend. And I don't know if mending that is a part of innovating perhaps new things, or kind of going the more preventative route. I think of preventative medicine, but, to say, kind of metaphorically speaking. But
Amazing. I think what's so powerful in hearing you talk is just the interconnected examples that you're referencing of being able to understand soil cycles and principles of permaculture and aspects like that. We suddenly, even talking about climate change at its heart, we jump into an understanding of the planet and that equilibrium, beautiful term, and of course this question of how it's changed. How maybe reflecting on the fact that perhaps we do have the language wrong, and we do have sort of, sometimes we describe climate change a little bit abstractly, and perhaps that's an issue in itself. How would you describe how would you describe our zeitgeist? Some people refer to it as the information age or the digital age, as if inferring that that's the most dominant principle. Others do call it like the Anthropocene or the sixth great extinction. For you, what is it? What is this time?
Yeah. That's a crazy thing. But I think I do resonate with the information aspect of it, because And I saw this on a bumper sticker in a coffee shop, and it said, "In an age of information, ignorance is a choice." And I think it's so powerful because, like, I just think of how many things I'm bombarded with in a single hour, in a single day, and it's like no one can give their divided attention to all of those things, regardless of kind of what the nature is of that information. So it's so, like, we're at a point where it seems we're at a point that we have to just be so careful of how we're kind of taking the inputs into the world, because it's so easy, I think, to get, like, not lost. Like, I want to be enthralled and excited about all the different things going around, but at the same time, it's hard when some of that information is attached to, like, the livelihoods of actual people and of actual ecosystems. So I think we're getting lost in that information, in that middleman zone. And I think, I think of globalization as well, kind of looking at it, and I maybe in a more negative light, not to say that it's completely negative or whatever, but just to see that we have just the access to so many things, and definitely speaking from a part of the world that is, like, financially powerful, to say it, not to dehumanize in any other way, but just kind of to put it, like, pretty financially powerful, and often for the worst, but I don't mean to. But I think it definitely is, like, we have so much power because we have so much information, but I think especially because, like, having all the information, I definitely think of it as, like, with the rise of internet, like, that before that wasn't the case. So I think people, and definitely, like, pointing to the youth and myself, it's like we don't understand how much information we have because we've always had it. So that's something that I think it's just important to be mindful of, and just mindful of how we're consuming it all. And I always come back to that idea of consumption, and I think that's definitely, like, a main focus in my life of how am I consuming, not only what foods am I consuming or what people I'm consuming, but how, like, what information am I consuming? And that is something that is so big and so easy to get lost in when just a lot of things are out there for profit, and a lot of things are out there for the wrong reasons, or, who's at, like, biased reasons. But I mean, it's all going to be biased, so it's what's going to resonate with us the most. But it feels pretty crazy to be kind of in the midst of that information when it's like, I don't know. But then I also see, like, I feel like boredom is such a rampant thing. I work with kids at summer camps, and it's like all these kids are bored, and it's really upsetting to see, because I think it comes from, like, always being constantly stimulated by electronics, by being online, the internet, YouTube, and all the information out there that, like, kids are exposed to, like, younger kids, speaking of them. So it's wild to kind of witness how we are just overloaded with senses. We can't do it all. I just don't think that's how humans function.
Is that so? That's maybe just to go further into it. That's so eloquently said. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
But with this question of just some of those words that stick out to me as you say that, of just to be bombarded, and literally talking about this, the feeling of growing up with just the extent of the information. How does it make you feel? As you say, as a young person, it is one of those things of you've grown up not knowing a difference, and so internet now is a given, and as the bumper sticker inferred, which is again just wonderful, it's information comes with the aspect of choice, and often, and we are sort of acknowledging a developed world access point to being able to do that, but I'm just interested, how does that make you feel? What do you think as a young person? How do you feel?
I feel like I should be taking as much advantage of it as I can. Like, sometimes I'll find myself doing something not productive, fill in the blank, whatever that may be. Like, and then I'll feel the need to, like, oh my God, I need to go online and I need to, like, learn a language because I can. But then it becomes, like, stifling, because it's like, and I think I struggle with this just personally, kind of being decisive and focusing in on something. So I think it becomes really great for me, someone who's, like, excited and wants to learn about the world. And it's weird because, it's like that internet thing where you're kind of learning about the world, but you're not, like, in the world. You're in a different world learning about the real world, which is just a whole other subject. But I think it comes also to just thinking about, I don't know, the fact that it's important that I understand that I can learn all these things, but it's also like so important to just be in the real world. And I think I can learn so much by going outside. And now I guess I'm turning this into like information solely coming from the internet, which is not true, of course, but a lot of it kind of in that progression of where we are. But I think I find if I can, tell myself and like just be open to learning things out in the real world, I can. And it's not even so much as, like you think of your classic learning, like you travel places, but even just like taking a walk or going somewhere and just being truly aware of my surroundings and what I'm doing and people. And like I find riding the bus, I love, because it's just so many different stories in one place, and you see the same people on there, and I don't know, it's a very beautiful thing in that way. But I think I'm learning to learn new ways of learning, if that makes sense. But also it feels like there's this sort of duty to try to learn so much, because it raises the question of, is knowledge valued at the same level if it's so accessible? Which should it be? Isn't it better that it's accessible, or is that dangerous? Is the question. So I guess I feel like I'm still thinking about all these things, but absolutely, I don't know. It's definitely good food for thought.
Perfect. And do you think, just final sort of question around this point before we move on? I'm just thinking also with your own work of at the summer camps. That sounds interesting and wonderful in its own right. And I'd love maybe just to think about what's the on that relationship of some of the younger ones that you've dealt with who are maybe a bit, you called bored, but also maybe another a term we can use is maybe apathetic sometimes, of that feeling of just not overly engaged. What do you think is the difference between someone like yourself who evidently has a curiosity and joy of life and of learning about the world and experiencing it? What do you think the difference is? How did that come about for you and not for others who are a bit more apathetic? What do you think?
That's a really fantastic question. I need a second. I think it's really hard to say, because I definitely, there's definitely a point in my life where I was pretty apathetic, but I think it came with knowing more things, just growing up, learning more things. I think for me, definitely having teachers that have just opened my eyes to so many powerful things that I didn't know. And so it's kind of like one door was open and then a bunch of other doors were open. So maybe and I work with, the girls I work with, they're 8-9-year-olds. So perhaps the doors just haven't been opened in that sense. But, I don't know. But I think I feel lucky to work at a place. So the camp I work at, it's an all-girls camp, and it's all about empowering girls with real life skills. And so we have, I work in their sustainability department, and I work teaching them about economic literacy and democracy. And I think hopefully I want to be one of those door openers, even if they're really young, but just to get them thinking. And I think it comes from just teachers, and whatever that means, that word teacher, but just people who are willing to, I don't know, want to sit down and inspire someone. I guess that's just speaking from my own experience. I don't know. And I don't know if the apathy is going to grow. It's scary to think about, but it's something that, I hope is on the right way. When I see, even the place I work, I like seeing just the people I work with and how it does impact the girls we work with. That's super inspiring for me. And I hope that, I hope that is going on in more than one place. And I know it is. So I know, hopefully I can stay optimistic about that point.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you. Maybe it is often really hard to try and, answer those sort of questions of that. Maybe what we can try, I'd love if you can, love to hear just a little bit of what your involvement has been with the Fridays for the Future, but more so the journey of how you got there. And I think, and this is a little bit, often the way I often phrase it is to say, if someone was to make a film about your life, how would that story go? And I ask that because it's that thing of, I'm interested in almost, following on with your analogy about, people who are the door openers or things that you've seen that changed. What can you just try and give me a run through of those significant moments that, that have brought you to this point of now running the Fridays for the Future branch down in Florida there?
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and it definitely comes down to just so many people I've been inspired by. I think there was a point in my life, and it's less now, but I just would constantly listen to podcasts and interviews of a few of just my favorite people, and just the words that they were saying, I would just hang on to every word. And it was like I would re-listen to so many of these podcasts and interviews just because they're so powerful. So some of those people weren't even directly involved with climate movements, but first I would say Jane Goodall, Dr. Jane Goodall, someone that's just incredibly inspiring to me. The way that she's empowering so many youth movements, young kids, old kids, just so many people. I love that. But then there's Dr. Samantha Nutt of War Child Canada, someone who just, the way that she speaks about child soldiers and kind of the proliferation of violence in other countries from gun proliferation and things like that, just that's something that just inspired me so much. I mean, that sounds so bad to say that inspired me, but just the words and the way that she spoke about that, just it inspired me so much just to take a step back and look at how my life that I would not have thought twice about, of the things I do and the things I consume, again to that idea of consumption, the way that those things have such a great effect on other people of the world and other ecosystems of the world, and primarily looking at the people aspect, because that's just mind-blowing. And I think that, again, whether it's apathy or just ignorance, it's something that's so important to acknowledge. So I think for me, it comes from a place of people. It comes from stories, and it comes from hearing these things and just being compelled by that to do something. Because it comes also, it's just, my own ideas on mortality of one day, we're just here for such a short time. I can't just not. Which sounds too simple to be true, but I think it's so often I have to. I don't want to live just knowing that I could make change. And everyone can make change. So it comes from a place kind of cognitive dissonance on the good side, so to say the least. But I don't know, it's definitely a work in progress. And I think from when I first started learning about my role in, I guess, ethical consumption and just what it means to, hopefully live lightly on the planet and tread lightly, it's come such a long way. And I'm excited for it to continue to grow, and kind of, I'm excited. Excited is kind of, sometimes I feel I'm a little too optimistic, because I know it's necessary for things to hopefully go in a good direction. But I think I'm open to the fact that I don't know what I don't know, and I've learned so much just through this about people, about what it means to do something and have a project and work for something, but also what it means to be just engaged in the world and to be a citizen, and hopefully be doing something that is just not waiting my end, which sounds so morbid, but I don't know, it comes from a good place. So put that out there.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll get to the optimism again. I love to return to that. But just we'll try and just talk through that a little bit, because there's a few sort of themes that I'm sort of hearing. So in sort of tracking what almost this idea of what's inspired you and gotten you to this point, is sort of hear that idea of, there have been the doors opened by the teachers.
Yeah.
There's been, as you sort of acknowledged in the beginning of the interview, just almost this sense of, with some of the aspects of your rights, there also comes responsibility. So that sort of idea. The other piece is, it sounds like some, brilliant, often podcasts or, that story sort of idea, but hearing from individuals in the field and nameable individuals. So, as you said, Jane, and that sort of way. And sorry, and Samantha. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No, I was trying to remember her name perfectly.
Okay.
But Samantha, I'll have to look her up. But you know, with both of those examples as well, it sounds like it's the personal story of work and quite optimistic work, as you say, quite empowering in what they do. And that is often a moment of, you know, shifting your mind and making you then look at the world differently. How does that sound as those sort of key points?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's really, it's nice to hear you say the key points, because so often I think my mind does not always flow coherently, which
no, absolutely. Yeah, and I think this is the power of dialogue, isn't it? Rather than the idea of asking someone to just introduce themselves in the way they see all of this and answer it. It's
it's really helpful.
In the space of dialogue, it's almost, we have a feedback loop where we can hear ourselves reflected again. So
that's really beautifully said.
Is there? I just want to not rush over this point with the actual material and thinking about the podcasts and things.
Yeah.
Let's try and go quite specific for me. Is there like a podcast that, you know, for example, that when you heard that was like the one that sort of changed you, or any specific pieces of content that when you have engaged with them have had a fundamental shift? And tell me what those are. Try and talk me through them. I'm really interested to know the specifics.
Yeah, okay, definitely. So I think starting with one I didn't mention before, but there's this fantastic TED Talk by Mary Robinson, former president of Ireland, I believe. And then I think Commissioner of Human Rights, UN, something. I would have to double check. But there's this TED Talk, and it's, I don't quite know what it's called, but it's something like how climate change is a human rights issue. It's that idea and that's something that was, I think, the first time my eyes were really open to the fact that it is a human rights issue, and just kind of putting all of that together. And so I think definitely that TED Talk has really changed my perspective on a lot of things and changed my kind of like personal reason and involvement, as well as, so it's funny because it's like a conglomeration of just not basic ideas, but just key ideas in different authors' podcasts. I think there's this one Google Talk of Dr. Samantha that really, really just inspired me and mobilized me in a way of, you know, being a conscious consumer. It's not directly related to climate change, but it's related to perhaps effects of climate change, talking about conflict and kind of just human involvement from a different side of the world in conflicts that seem so far away and disconnected, but it's really not when you kind of look at it. So I think just things that have that nature. There's this one podcast on the Rich Roll podcast, the grandson, I believe, of Dr. Bronner from the Bronner soaps.
Can you
the All One soaps, and it's really neat.
What was that? Sorry, the internet just cut out.
No problem.
What was that last podcast?
So it was the Rich Roll podcast. And it was, and I can't remember the name of the person he was interviewing, but it was the grandson of Dr. Bronner from like Dr. Bronner's All-in-One soap. It was really cool to hear kind of like the evolution of that soap brand and how it is just so invested in being sustainable in the world. And I think that just inspired me so much. And it covers so many different things as far as like personal growth as well. So I think perhaps like a commonality in a lot of the things I really like listening to is taking the personal approach. Like, how can I change my life, and how can, you know, like maybe it's empowering to know that perhaps my life choices can have a small effect or maybe a big effect. Who knows? We don't really know, but perhaps there can be some effect on these different issues, mostly being climate change, but also kind of looking at some conflict things as well. So I think those, in a nutshell, have been really influential in just kind of my processing all that. And it gives it's very directional, as well as they're stories, so they're compelling for me.
Okay, perfect. And it's interesting, isn't it, just to hear it sounds like the more dominant like shift in perception for you has been to start to put climate change as a human rights conversation, and actually in that context of the breaches of human rights, especially within developing world. As well as, probably it sounds like in the past it was more so about the consumer and, the self, what we can do as self, but then it sounds like as that dominant shift it went over to...
Yeah, and that's again just how like learning different things, being involved for a longer period of time, just is like naturally gonna shift of learning more. And then as things change too, and as the conversation is opened up further about, I think, climate change and human rights, which we're seeing more and more often, which is, it's good, that awareness, but hopefully, it can be awareness in action.
Amazing. It feels like I'd love to jump into, let's talk about sources and actually try and think about how we're engaging with material in itself. So, there's, to go back to our door openers, to our teachers, there's someone who... it's interesting for me just to reflect on some of the other interviews I've had as well, where the classroom is really sticking out as a significant place. And it's, it's one of those things where for so many of the youth strikers I've been chatting with, there's been this, almost a sense of an introduction and a great foundation to understanding how the world actually works through just the classroom and through some great teachers. So I'd love to maybe for you to reflect a little bit on those individuals and experiences of who's sort of been influential and how they've done it, sort of what that process is, and think about the difference between the worlds. And you sort of described earlier this idea of with the digital world versus the real world. It's like that idea of what the different forms of knowledge are that you're engaging with, and what's that difference, what's sticking out, what are those sources, what's your process, how does it make you feel, how are you searching for things, how are you listening to things?
So I think a good experience kind of story to share here, which I think hopefully can kind of encompass a lot of hopefully what you're asking. So stop me if it doesn't, because then I will rethink. But the past 2 years in my high school career, I worked on starting a food forest at my high school, and I worked with 2 other students and a teacher of ours, and we became really close just in getting this whole project up and off the ground. And it was neat because I thought of it as like a second classroom, definitely, because it was at our school. So there's that aspect. And we were with a teacher who knew a lot about gardening, an English teacher, actually, but just, I don't know, I learned so much about how nature works and the system that goes kind of into it. So I think being involved with that was something that kind of bridged maybe that gap of kind of learning about the climate crisis, learning about what some people are doing, and then really trying to live that and learn about nature while also hopefully making an impact. And I think learning through that experience, having hands-on experiences, was something that truly opened my eyes to kind of so many people in the community, as well as kind of what one person or a group of people can do. But also it was like a foundation for mentors, 100%, because I felt like at a point I had all these sustainable stewards of Sarasota in my email contacts, to say the least. A lot of this conspired over email, which was something so powerful. So I think there's that online presence that's, that was important for communication, for reaching out to people. We were able to get so many resources for our food forest because of, sending a friendly email, which is something I I really believe in and I like. And like even just you and I connecting that way, and the whole Facebook thing too is really is a good aspect. But then, we see the downfalls to that as well. But I think just having so many mentors in the community from that one project that started from like one of my mentors, my teacher, like reaching out to a group of us students and inviting us kind of along to do this whole project, and then having like learning so much from like the farm to school coordinator, from local people at gardens, just really unique people in society that I've never had a chance to like learn their craft. Like we talked to these grant writers at one point. So just things that, I wouldn't have even thought of necessarily if I hadn't been involved in this project. And that's something it was like out of the classroom, but it was more involved than a lot of my classroom work had been. So I think that's something that bridges that. You've got the communication from the digital world, but also like building something that was really, really invested in the real world and in the natural world, if we're going to make a difference between, I guess, the real world and the natural world, which hopefully not. But I think maybe that's a problem. Maybe there is too much of a difference between the real world and the natural world. But I think definitely like that experience hopefully maybe sums up that process. And so that's something that has been just so inspiring to me to watch, to understand, and to learn how to have a plan and have a vision and to kind of go about doing that while learning in the way. And then also looking at a bigger picture again to see, okay, what if more schools had food forests? What if more people had food forests and more community? What if this was just the normal way of life and how to farm, how to garden, just kind of in that maybe microcosm of gardening and agriculture, but then looking at it on a bigger scale, it just kind of, the layers built up. So hopefully maybe that gives some sort of
fantastic. Yeah. Well, it one of the things that really sticks out for me is to hear that so much of the significance is in person and rooted in communal, and also what I would describe as almost local, like the significance of being able to establish local ties and local network, interpersonal and, on its level of hands in the soil with your wonderful work at the schools. That's amazing. That's an amazing work and amazing insight. Thank you. Maybe, can you tell me about, let's just stay with just online sources. What's your practice of where are you getting where do you get, climate change related material, and what do you share? What do you do? Like, what sites? How are you using it? Because I'm a little bit interested. I felt like earlier in the interview, online, it was almost like a library. You were describing it, the power and the extent of information. But in this latest example, it was very much about how online can mobilize us socially and help us with connections for the real world. So just tell me about that sort of relationship of online and thinking about info versus mobilizing and specifics.
Yeah. I think, and it's hard to say because, like you've got your like published facts that people generally refer to when they're talking about climate change, the one like international report, and there's a few kind of, might I say, like iconic reports about climate change. So there's those, but then I find like more powerful is the stories. Like I think I mentioned previously, but I think it's the stories that are going to help mobilize like this fight for climate change, because so often people just want to dispute the facts. They just want to find ways to go around the facts, and who knows, like maybe eventually, people, like humans are creative. They can connive their ways into saying like, oh, these numbers don't add up, whatever it is. But you can't really do that with stories because you have no control over the stories. It's something that's not absolute. It's subjective. And I mean, arguably everything is subjective, but specifically stories are subjective. So I think that's something that perhaps can mobilize. If we can, learn how to share stories, not to pity people, but to humanize people and to understand what is at stake. Like humankind, our species, our fellow human beings, if we can mobilize that and understand that that is at stake just by hearing people's stories, making that personal connection of we're not different, there's not any separation between what is going on in one side of the world to what is going on in another, and especially with just normal livelihoods, looking at that as well. I think if we can maybe find a way to make stories more accessible of climate-related disaster. But then you get into the whole idea of, like, there's going to be people with any news story. You're going to read a story. It's like, oh, you feel bad for a few seconds, a few minutes, but we're so used to and we're so kind of desensitized to those horrible stories, which is so awful. But I guess the question is, how can we kind of diffuse out more stories, more personal stories to mobilize people? Let me rephrase. How can we put out more stories to get people more on board, but then how can we make those stories mobilize people? And so I think that is something that is definitely seen. But I think if we saw more of that, perhaps that could be, a possible mobilizer that would be online. Because I think, like, with the power of the internet, we can talk to people in different parts of the world. Like, how crazy is that? So if we can look at the stories from people from different parts of the world because of this, like, screen thing, like, we can, I think, make some progress.
Yeah, and to use those terms, I like that distinction of saying, with story, it's the fine line relationship is between the ability to humanize and to in a state of, stories that often are deal with quite extreme circumstances.
Yeah.
How to ensure that it's not a case of pity.
Exactly.
Let's focus on this for a little bit, because this is a really key one. How do you think? What's that difference? What's another term I use in similar sort of themes is empathy. How does empathy work in the case of talking about the climate crisis and its stories?
I think it needs to be at the center of it. I think it needs to move away from incentives, because you see so many, like, climate related, I guess, plans or policies that are kind of saying, oh, well, if we make a green economy, like, it'll still work, there'll still be rewards and benefits in a society. But if we can kind of remove those from our head and think about people in a logical sense and human suffering and how we are, again, part of humanity, part of that kind of global humanity, global citizenship, if we can kind of move away from kind of maybe our own egos again. And that's just, like, the idea of empathy. But I think so, and I am still, struggling to figure out, it's very hard to think about. But there is the news site Global Citizen. On, I think, all of their articles, there's links to how can you act now, like, what can you do to help, which I think of note. And for me, it helps to act as a really great guide of, I've just read this devastating article, like, now I need to, turn off my computer and go to work or go walk my dog, or, how can we not, of course, just walk away from the situation the way we can walk away from a computer. So again, I think perhaps making it just more accessible of what we can do to help. And I think maybe solidifying those ways of solution solving, which is hard because we don't quite know. But there are a lot of things, I think, going around of solutionary thinking, which is fantastic. But, how can we make that super accessible to people? And I think that is, like, a key part if people share more stories about climate-related disaster.
Amazing. Lots there to think about. Is it? And just thinking about the position of, what do you think is the relationship of, of almost like that responsibility that you introduced, yourself and your world with, and this idea of thinking about, developed nations versus developing. I think, I'm not sure if you had a chance to read the Guardian article that I sent you, but obviously that piece of research with this suggestion of a climate apartheid from one of the United Nations experts really does pose these big questions of, the future of human rights. And it sounds like with Mary Robinson's talk, that was a fundamental principle in that TED Talk. Tell me, thinking about empathy and thinking about this, position of of, you know, more privileged developed countries and that that ability to, you know, perhaps respond. How do you think we actually work more with that empathy on that relationship between developing countries?
I think I always think of the quote Albert Einstein said, "Those with the privilege to know have the duty to act." And I think going back to the very beginning of this chat, that idea of, you know, having this information, needing to mobilize it. So on the subject of empathy, I think it's making sure, I think it does come back to a teaching thing, making sure we can kind of foster strong environments of teaching empathy, and whatever that looks like, whether that is in, you know, a climate reference, which it needs to be most definitely kind of in this day and age, but just in general, because I mean, you can look at so many issues regarding human suffering and human rights violations and injustices, and I mean, might this be a little far-fetched, but a lot of it comes from just a lack of empathy. Jane Goodall, she said, the greatest danger to our future is apathy. So the converse would be the greatest success to our future is empathy. And I don't know if I'm putting Jane Goodall on too much of a pedestal, but I'm okay with that. But I wonder, I don't know, it's hard to answer, but I think if we can teach it, if it can be more bred into the way we live and into like our cultural values, into all sorts of just values. And I think, again, moving away from those incentives and that ego, I think if it can be something that is more at the core and something that is just, because it is natural. So if it can be kind of projected that this is a natural and important thing to possess, and kind of how we can turn being like empathetically and emotionally strong into a new form of success, instead of looking at kind of, you know, your classic, in reference to the States, American success of that American dream. I think if that can be changed, just on an example in this part of the world and a more developed nation, if we can change those morals, I think that would be so impactful. But then the question becomes, how do you change a moral of a country that is so rooted in their morals? If anything, like that would be a country's identity. So I think it's hopefully perhaps one by one, but I think if we can empower each other to be more empathetic and just think about people and understand the world in a more empathetic lens, instead of a kind of, and I'm hesitant to say a greedy lens, but just in a more apathetic lens. I think that would be a really great trajectory.
What is the, you know, within the US context and even, you know, more Florida context, what do you think is that biggest moral hurdle that what is that, for example? What do you think that is?
I want to be careful just to speak from like my own observations and perceptions, because I know it's going to be different everywhere, and I don't want to, you know, like project something that I have no right to project or have no knowledge to project. But I think it's so hard because I'm caught between, you know, kind of those bigger desires of a certain type of success. Of, I think a lot of it comes down to materialism, though. That's something that it seems is so prominent in the United States. And it comes with just having an excess, and that idea of overconsumption. I think that's a main problem to the climate crisis, to the human rights crisis, to all these crises, that because we're just perhaps caught up in wanting more and wanting to fill, you know, some sort of void, unhappiness with stuff. Is not the case from what I found. But I want to say that, you know, carefully, because I know it's not true for a lot of people in this country. But who am I to say? I have not been alive for very long. I have not lived in many places, but that's kind of my observation.
Yeah. No, perfect. We're almost coming to the end. I'm thanking you so much for this time.
Thank you so much.
Some of the sort of final questions are, how do you feel about the future? How do you feel about what future you're fighting for and sort of what change you want? How, you know, I asked that about the feelings. I'm interested even with the reference to optimism that you had before, of almost this question of you know, it felt a little bit like a question of guilt about being optimistic with some of these things sometimes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Tell me a bit about that.
So,
how you feel?
Definitely, I want to feel optimistic, definitely. And I think that's something that I'm forcing myself to. And I think I just have an optimistic personality in general, so that kind of just comes out. But I don't know, I think just more and more seeing how being sustainable can, or just sustainability in general, can be intertwined into so many aspects of life. That is something that is so hopeful and inspiring, because like along with the many climate related podcasts and human rights related podcasts, I listen to a lot of like just finding your passion, finding your element, like self-development podcasts too. So I think finding that like overlap between like a diagram thing, if you can find where those two things collide, I think finding people in kind of their truest, rawest form of doing things they love for causes they love, being like kind of exercising the things they're passionate about for the cause they're passionate about, I think that can create not only so much optimism, but like actual genuine change, because you're going to have people not being apathetic about what they're doing in their personal lives, because ideally they'd be doing something that they are passionate about, some sort of activity, whether that is writing, speaking, whatever that may be, but also for a cause they're passionate about. So I think like having those two, I mean, it's very idealistic, but having maybe those two forces at work together could be something that would be a good prospect for the future. But again, that's not necessarily taking into account all the hurdles that one has to go through in life, because it's very unknown. So I think being optimistic is definitely a part of that. But also I think having like a strong connection to your community and knowing that like resilience is not only found in nature, but also in human nature and community in that sense, where if we can live more sustainably, hopefully we can live like more socially sustainably, if that makes sense. But just being able to rely on people and then hoping that people, whether they are fleeing their countries or hunkering down for floods and all these disasters that are coming and have yet to come or have already come, knowing that they can lean on people in a whole different side of the world, the same way we could hopefully lean on them if it was presented that way. Just I think having that trust in humankind and human nature would be good for the future.
Absolutely. It's such a pleasure to hear about your, all of your wonderful work and the layers of it. And one of the big things that really, this is sort of final wrapping up question. One of the big things that that I sort of interpret from hearing is this relationship of, let me try and say this back to you, and then you tell me what you think. I'm trying to make let's have a little sense making session. It feels like to me there you have your feet very firmly planted in a local context, in the ground, in a hands-on, even down to the tangibility of literally knowing soil and having your hands in the earth. No, this is the experience of life. This is part of what I think has actually marked all of your efforts and built a foundation of caring for our planet. So you've got a very, very tangible grassroots level where there's a strong sense of local community, and specifically at the school, a school-based sort of community understanding there. The online engagement feels like it's a way of big picture, and you can sort of, even in how you're thinking about climate change, there's a real distinction of big picture versus local picture. The big picture comes out with more, questions of countries' relations, and as you say, just the vast complexity of these situations. But, and that online experience is one of being bombarded and, you know, hypersaturation of information and lots there.
Yeah.
But there's still a sense of optimism because when you do walk away from your computer, as we sort of identified, you can walk away from the computer, but can you walk away from the story?
Yeah.
For many who would walk away from the computer, they would then, perhaps they're not going back into their own sort of tangible experience. Whereas when you walk away from your computer of hearing these, you know, often quite catastrophic, you know, and vast scale of examples and specifically stories, that when you walk away, you have the ability to then keep your feet rooted and understand the climate in a very specific local context as well.
Yeah, I definitely resonate. I hope to, and that's what I am constantly striving to do. I think that's definitely how, like, I choose to live my life, and kind of that's like the standard I hold myself up to live my life in that way. So definitely.
Fantastic. Is that do you find and I'm, as I said, just wrapping up, final little question, but just to clarify, do you find, is that a similar experience with the other people on the ground with you, either with some of the particular garden that you created at the school, or Fridays for the Future actually networks? Is that a similar experience for people within this relationship of local global understandings? How much talk when you're actually on the ground on your Friday for Future protest? How much talk is about global climate change versus local?
I would say it's definitely more at a local level, and kind of more speaking to the people with the garden. They're people I were definitely close with, so we would talk about the things we were growing in our own tiny gardens, and talk about you know, just whatever the sustainable kind of thing was. How are we doing with, like, being zero waste or being vegan and things like that? So I think, like, just building a friendship around that too has been really, really powerful. But I think what I'm seeing, it's more, at least the people I'm surrounding myself with and finding myself surrounded by, it's definitely more of a local kind of right here in the now not understanding, but actions of climate change. And it's fascinating because more of the people I've met through kind of co-founding the Sarasota Fridays for the Future in Florida, I think it's, and I don't know for sure, because I see a mix of people looking at more bigger picture governmental things, some more national things, and then global policy kind of things. And that's something I don't, I'm still learning about. I don't know a ton about kind of international climate law and things like that. So I think from me starting in a place of individualized sustainability, to say in a somewhat decent way, has been more prominent. And I think more prominent about the people I've been involved with, because I think finding community in people who are gardening and are doing things sustainably is something that I'm more drawn to. So I'm just bound to find more people. But I think the same could be true for other people, perhaps, that I'm talking to at the different climate strikes, where perhaps they came on the issue more because what our government in the United States is or is not doing for the climate, maybe at a more national level. So I think everyone's coming from a different place, but in my experience, I found more people coming from an individualized place when, you know, if there's not government intervention, you know. So I don't know if it's been in lieu of that or in kind of the shadow of not necessarily having an incredibly engaged government right now when it comes to climate policy, or if it's just kind of understanding the tangibility, like you were saying before, of how and what.
Amazing. Can we have one more final question?
Yeah.
Are you
totally.
okay with time? Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
Final question. Now I'm going to ask for some advice.
Oh, no.
Tell me, as a researcher exploring global ecologies of our damaged planet. And as someone working with, different communities and using different mediums, often I work with film, try stories. In this case, research with UNICEF and options of what campaigns will come for the future. What's your advice to what should I create next? What's the important piece of content that the world needs to see? What do you recommend?
Well, I know it's probably different from what the different content I'm very interested in. It's hard to say. I think I don't know if I am qualified to give advice on that subject because you are the artist. So it's whatever speaks to you.
Well, more than just the idea of what do you think is what should be the global campaign moving forward for climate change?
Like what should the mode be, or just what should it?
Mode, format, content, essence, key messaging, feelings.
Yeah. Well, I think again, just intertwining into everything, which might sound a bit extreme, but it's kind of like, if it's our everything, then it should be our everything. And I know it sounds very big and broad, but if it is kind of everything we're living for, our home, our planet, and our people of our home, and the health of those two things, it needs to be kind of it needs to just be intertwined and talked about in every single situation. How can it be sustainable? I think things just need to be sustainable, and that's kind of in a more, less maybe the information side of sustainable information, but in a way that's just kind of expected, that we are not having to force sustainability upon things, because it'll just be people in their own lives choosing to do that. So I guess if it's something that can just finding a way maybe to appeal to everyone and helping people understand that this is the earth and it is everyone's and it holds everyone and it needs to be protected and we need to protect each other. But I'm not quite sure. Maybe the digital aspect of it as well, because we are finding more and more people just living in that digital world. So maybe that can help mobilize, which it has. It definitely has. But I don't know. It just seems like we're at such a point of urgency that it needs to be everything. And I know that's big, but maybe that's it.
Fantastic. Well, on that power of interconnected note, it's been wonderful to connect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It's been so wonderful as well. I'm actually curious, if you have just a little time, I'm curious to kind of know how you got into all of your research and being a visual anthropologist. That is so fantastic. It's so fascinating.
For sure.
I'm curious if you
Absolutely.
would mind sharing.
Yeah, I'd love to share it. So my journey has been, I used to work a lot with Indigenous and First Nation communities, particularly in Central Australia, in the desert. And that experience coming from a film and art-based practice was much more about creating cultural archives and doing cultural healing.
Yeah.
And a lot of my work took me to several different communities, the main one being Borneo, Penan communities in the post-logged forests of Sarawak. And within all of these experiences, of course, I think one thing that is safe to generalize about First Nations communities is often just the intrinsic relationship of the land. And for each of those communities, there were very clear and transparent examples of the issues at hand. So for me, it was slightly by default. I didn't mean to join the environmental movement. I have a deep connection with the land and care for it, but it was on having such first-hand experience of understanding the land in trauma and the consequential flow of what comes as a result of our actions. I sort of pursued that So I studied in Berlin, studied visual and media anthropology in Berlin, and yeah, most of my work still being focused over in Sarawak. And yeah, so now I teach at a university in Berlin. I do freelance pieces, and I'm working on my first film, which first feature film, which we've been shooting the last 4 years in Borneo.
So neat. Does it have a title?
It did have a title, Tulin,
Okay,
but
it's not. Okay.
now it's back to work in progress. So
Okay. Well, I really look forward to seeing it when it is finished.
Absolutely.
If you want to shoot an email,
I would love to share it with you.
where I can kind of find that. The work you're doing is so amazing. So thank you so much for that. That is
Well, it's
really inspiring.
mutual acknowledgement and mutual appreciation, because it's been a pleasure to talk to you today. Your work with Fridays for the Future is fantastic, and it's a real pleasure to be able to learn from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, likewise, learning so much. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Perfect. Well, let's be in contact. What I might do, I've got quite a few interviews lined up over the next little period. But one thing that I'm really interested in is starting to get just to see some of the content that people have actually sort of just seen, or what you're sharing, stuff that you just go, you know what, when I saw this, I had to share it. Like what, some of those things. I might do, might just do a follow-up email, and maybe we can have a look at some of those specifics.
I can send them to you, because I know I don't really know the names of things, so
exactly.
I will pass them your way.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate it, just to see all of that.
I would love to, maybe in a little bit of time, once you have finished those next few interviews, to see kind of what other people are
absolutely
feeding into. That would be really, really neat to just see from around the world.
Perfect.
What is making them inspired.
Yeah, and I think one of the and as I sort of referenced before, just with the power of what an interview actually holds for us. Similarly, what I often think is, in these processes of doing a piece of research, it's a wonderful opportunity to maintain that contact with a little bit like a feedback loop, so that you can also see some of the findings and respond to me, because it's this process of, in solidarity, we're all trying to work it out and sense make and meaning make, but we often do get it wrong. So it's great to keep the dialogue and understand all of that.
100%.
Perfect.
Definitely.
Okay, well look, Julia, thanks again. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you so
much. Well done. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day.
Yeah. All right. Have a wonderful night and a great weekend.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Likewise.
Okay. Peace out. Ciao.
Thanks.
Recording as well. I started off recording visuals, but I don't think we need it. I think if we feel comfortable when the interview's finished, if it's something that we do want to share, we can just share it as an audio, a bit like a podcast, an interview. So don't worry, it's nothing recording screen. Perfect. And Maddie, can I just check, did you get a chance to have a read of the interview questions?
I did, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't prepare.
No, don't have to. We'll just I'll just ask questions, but it's more, as you can see with the the nature of the questions, it's very open-ended, and sort of the key things that I'm really interested in exploring are actually how you're feeling, what the youth movement, how it feels. To use some of your insights to get an understanding of what content we can actually create in the future, like what the global campaign needs next. And as a final point, which is a bit more complicated, is trying to see how best we can actually start to link the ideas of the developing world and the developed. So we'll just run through the questions and just get to talk through it, if that feels good.
Yep.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to meet today. If we can start, I'd love if you can introduce yourself. Just tell me who you are, where in the world you are, and try and describe for me what your world's like, whether it's in the city, urban environment. Are you engaged with the land? Do you what your school's like, and just give us an introduction.
Okay. My name is Madeline Graham. I live in Silver Spring, Maryland, which is a suburb of Washington, D.C. I live in a suburb of Washington, D.C., but I do go to a very large public high school. I believe we're the largest high school in Maryland. We have about 3,500 kids. It is a very liberal high school. It's right next to Washington, D.C. It tends to be very liberal, very accepting, I like to think. A little more politically engaged than the average high school, I would say. I think a lot of that is due to our positioning right next to the U.S. Capitol city, but overall, it's fairly normal, I'd say. Besides that, it's a large public high school. It's very suburban, very set, very normal.
Fantastic. And so it sounds like when you say that it's probably a bit more of a liberal school and a little bit more of a politically engaged than a lot of others. Can you just tell me what, with your school and with your experience, how what's been your involvement and what's your school's involvement with the youth climate movement?
So I personally, I do not strike every week. Well, I try to in the summer, but during the school year, I do not strike every week because my school, while very liberal, there are very set rules about skipping school. But my school in general, we have a large green club. We have a club for political activism, which also does a lot of environmental activism. When the global climate strike occurred, I think 300 kids from my school walked out, and a large part of that was due to organization from all of our school clubs. Honestly, I think it is very much a hub for political activity, very much a good place to start any political activism because people tend to be very open to it. People tend to be more open to change. They think it's fun. They think it's an opportunity. It's very much an idealistic chance to change the world, so let's take it, and I think that's awesome. So,
sounds fantastic. Sounds like a special school. Fantastic. Is it? Do you, just out of interest, have you been, based on what you're saying and describing as a wide-ranging political sensitivity of the school, do you think, on your personal journey, has this been your first? Like your involvement with the climate movement, has that been your first or primary involvement in political activism, or have you been involved in other things as well?
I would say it's my first time where I am a leader in something. However, I did walk out for gun control right after the Parkland shooting, when schools all over the U.S. were walking out. I was fairly political before that. I was outspoken in my opinions. However, I was never as much of a leader in a movement as I am now.
Okay, fantastic. And so let's jump in with a little bit of a clarification question. I want to know, what is climate change? How do you describe it? As a leader of the movement, I feel like, it's one of those things that we're obviously in a climate where we deal with a lot of deniers, a wide-ranging spectrum of people who have had that first-hand experience and understand it very well. But for someone who has never heard of climate change or really doesn't fully understand it, what do you say? What is it?
So climate change cannot be defined as really one thing, and that's actually why people are trying to shift the term from global warming to climate change. Because climate change, of course, some of it is the warming of the globe, some of it is temperatures rising rapidly. However, we also see a change in weather patterns. We see a change in what is considered normal. We are seeing clusters of extreme weather events that maybe didn't occur before. And of course, you can't ever pin one specific event on, that's because of climate change. That specific hurricane happened because of climate change. But when you're seeing more frequent extreme weather events, stronger extreme weather events, more devastating extreme weather events, then you can start to realize that this is a pattern, and it's because of global climate change.
Oh. Okay. And it feels like that's, so there's an interesting thing that you said. So it's not about the global warming. That's why there's almost this effort with the replacing the term. Is that something within your context that you find media-wise or coverage-wise? Has there been more of a reference of like labeling these phenomena under global warming rather than climate change? Would you say that?
Well, actually, we actually just did a strike at newspapers because of this, but what we see a lot of media doing is labeling extreme weather events as just that, extreme weather events, and not acknowledging that they are not isolated incidents. And of course, some newspapers do say, this is because of global warming. Maybe some of them use the term climate change. I mean, a lot of them are coming around to the term climate change, but we see things about, refugee crises because of droughts, because of weather, and they're just reporting it as a refugee crisis. Or we're seeing large, devastating natural disasters, and they're just reporting it as a natural disaster. They are not saying, this is in a series of natural disasters. It's almost, there's a sort of disconnect between, it's almost comical to see newspapers reporting on several large, unprecedented natural disasters and then not connecting the dots.
Okay. Thinking about, let's try and think of it as a little bit of a game. If we were to flash forward and time travel and gave a reference of what this period of life was like, 2019 around the world, some people, in all-encompassing terms, some people describe it more about to say the digital phenomena is the most dominant aspect of today. It's a digital age, or it's an information age, or, some say it's the Anthropocene, others the sixth great extinction. How do you describe it? What are we living through right now? What is this age?
So, me personally, through the youth lens, I think that the greatest phenomena and the most interesting phenomena to me is the fearlessness of the youth around me and the desire to create a change. We realize that we are in a shifting climate in more ways than one, a shifting political climate, a shifting social climate, a shifting actual climate, and actions we take now could impact the rest of civilization for, it's going to sound dramatic, but for the rest of time. And I feel like a lot of my generation, a lot of young people, and of course not only my generation, people older than us as well, are not seeing that with fear, but rather as an opportunity. And rather, they are standing up to fight for what they believe in, standing up to fight for what is right, saying, we realize this is dangerous, but we're not just going to lie down. We're not just going to say, oh, well, we're going to give up. we're going to fight until we are able to make the change that we want to change.
Fantastic. Can I just clarify something on that? So the idea of fear and saying that it's almost led by fear. Is it just, can you just clarify that point for me, what the distinction is? Is it youth? Do you think youth are, it's almost that description of the fearlessness that you said, which I love, and I love that energy that you sort of capture in describing it. Where does, try and just specifically capture fear and where that sits in society? Who has it, who doesn't, and what does that feel like?
I feel as if, everyone who realizes what is going on, and even those who don't to some degree, because I believe that they are choosing not to acknowledge it rather than truly not believing it, has this degree of fear. And I did talk about fearlessness because I think that the youth are overcoming their fear. However, I think that a lot of change is rooted in fear, and it's sort of a bit of a paradox because also a lot of change is halted by fear. However, we are afraid. We are afraid that we will not have a livable future, that our children will not have a livable future. We are afraid of the world that we are allowing to come upon us. And it can be very isolating if you allow it to be. It can be very panic-inducing. It can, if you allow it to, it can certainly control your life, which I think it's very interesting that a lot of people have chosen not to allow it to do that, and instead to let it drive them until it becomes fearlessness, until it becomes more bravery than fear, more determination than fear.
I really want to stick with this for a moment because it's such a, I think there's so much to it, and often a real reference. I read something that acknowledged that, for I think perhaps 20% of society who do often know the extreme facts and the realities of our climate changed, damaged planet, that there's often for many people there's a sense of almost trauma or post-traumatic stress trauma, of having been through this and having carried that weight. So I don't want to rush this too much because I think it's really quite powerful. What do you think is the difference between those who are almost consumed by the fear, and as you say, for those who perhaps know but don't act, it's their choice that they understand climate change even if they won't necessarily admit it. But what's that difference? What do you think marks the difference between individuals and communities today who are led by fear and those who are able to, in your words, almost step up and take on that bravery, that courage of the fearlessness? What's the difference? How do we see that difference, even in your personal example?
I think a lot of it is having someone there with you, having someone who, there's a little bit of an I will if you will moment. I mean, a lot of my activism in fact, almost all of my activism has been done with a close friend of mine. Our first ever lobby visit on Capitol Hill, we planned together. Since then, even if we haven't planned everything together, if one of us is planning something, the other knows about it. The other says, okay, I'm going to plan this if you'll speak at it, that sort of thing. And when you realize that you have this sense of community, that you're not alone, that alone can very much be a motivator to do something, because first of all, you want to protect the people around you. You realize that you have people worth fighting for, but I think everyone has people worth fighting for. So beyond that, it's realizing that you have people that are also going to be fighting for you, that you're fighting for each other, you are fighting together. You win together, you lose together. It's like playing soccer, except we're saving the world. So it's very much having someone else to encourage you is always going to be, in my opinion, one of the most powerful things and a necessary thing to activism.
Perfect. If we are to just stick with that soccer analogy and say that it is like a team sport of the camaraderie, the coming together, and the power of what we can do in numbers, who's the opponent?
Largely those in power. Fossil fuel executives don't more to lose than they have to gain. There are people who, and one of the article that you sent in your questions was very interesting to me in that there are people who are able to buy their way out. They have a get out of jail free card in their money. Fossil fuel executives, those in power, all around the world, realize that at least for a while, at least for the rest of their lifetimes, they're going to be able to, they think they can get out of it. They think that it's not going to affect them. Well, it's going to affect them, if not physically. There are a lot of young people in the world, and when a lot of young people get very angry, they are very hard to drown out. I think that's a lot of what's happening right now. We're realizing that our future is essentially being sold. It is being used as a political bargaining chip, and we think that is unacceptable. And we are going to yell and shout and fill your fancy little office with letters and people and everything that we can until you realize that you don't get a get out of jail free card just because you have money, just because you have power. If you have the power to stop this and you don't, shame on you, and we're not okay with that.
Fantastic. It's a real pleasure to hear the force and the power within you as well. I'd love to, just reflecting on that, you've sort of noted two interesting aspects within your journey and sort of your involvement. One, that idea of the politically engaged school and the opportunity to be able to foster a positive relationship of engagement. And the second one, which I think is really interesting and quite poignant in its own right, is that idea of just, I will if you do. So that idea of the camaraderie and quite literally joining when there's a little bit of solidarity and feeling that from the beginning. As well as those aspects, can you try and tell me your story to now you're a leader of the climate youth movement, particularly in DC, but across the States and globally. Of course, it's global solidarity. But I'd love to know what's been your journey? Try and talk me through step by step. I want to know, what I'm really interested in is to go as a brilliant young individual today who is actively engaged, what's led you to be engaged? What have been those step-by-step moments in your life to bring you to this? What's your story? What's your journey? That's ultimately the question.
Wow. So when I first became interested in the environment, it actually wasn't in an activism way. I have woods in my backyard. I love, since I was a small child, I love to sit in the woods. I like to climb trees. I've had a garden since I was very small. I started with individual changes. I stopped using paper towels. I stopped using non-reusable things. And it was around my freshman year of high school that I read this interesting article that actually I got the link to off of social media about how, I think the title was something very, it was very shocking. It was, your individual changes are great, but they will not save the world. And it was about how, it's great if you want to stop using plastic or you want to cook your own food, you want to grow your own food, that's great. We still have 100 companies releasing 70% of the world's emissions. We still have fossil fuel executives literally selling the future. And that was very intriguing to me. At that time, actually, I didn't have the opportunity really to act on it because my freshman year of high school was that's a really American thing to say, freshman year of high school. Anyway,
That's okay.
my first year of high school was when the shooting had just happened at Parkland High School, where kids were walking out of their high schools. So, I was busy walking out of my high school, so I didn't act on it then. But then the beginning of my second year of high school was an election cycle here. It was midterms. It wasn't a presidential election, but still. And I actually had a chemistry teacher who there's a lot of context, sorry. I am in a communications magnet program within my high school where we do a lot of film editing and such. And my chemistry teacher, she knew that, and she said to me, she knew that I liked the environment, and she said, you guys could make a really good video telling people to vote, just, get your message out, vote green. I was like, you are absolutely right, we could. And she actually let us skip her class a couple times to make that video. And that was the first time I really felt like a leader, because I scripted that video, I arranged the shoot, I did most of the editing, and that video was, for us, very successful. Bill McKibben retweeted it. We got a couple thousand views, and we were like, yay. And that was, from there was really nothing to stop us. That was when me and my partner, who I mentioned before, really started to get together. And we were, about a month later, we organized our first lobby visit after one of our legislators had introduced a resolution for a select House committee on a Green New Deal, which did not pass, of course. However, the legislator that we did visit to speak about it endorsed that resolution. And we realized that we might have had more power than we had expected. And since then, this has really taken over my life. And, there have been times where I'm a little bit like, do I really want to get on that phone call, or do I want to watch a movie? But ultimately, I know that I'm doing something very important, and I think that is the real thing. One of many things that is driving me is I know that I am doing something important, and that even if it gets difficult, or I maybe have some homework I haven't done, not that I do that, it's something that is going to affect the rest of the world. And I've had successes, I've had failures. Like I said, there was a select committee that we wanted to pass. Sorry, I'm just gonna plug my phone in. That did not pass. There have been so many resolutions and bills and whatnot that we have lobbied for that did not pass. But sorry, all right. I will always know that if we win this one, we win this battle, we win this we win this battle, we lose this battle. It's not the whole fight. And losing one battle is not going to lose you the war if you keep fighting. And that's really just all I've learned. It's been a life lesson, I think.
Fantastic. And a powerful lesson to learn, a hopeful one as well. So thank you for sharing it. It's that's a wonderful journey. There's a lot to unpack there. Maybe just the one key thing, just to have a little clarification with you as well, was to say it's interesting that you started with your example of your first-hand engagement with the woods and talking about actually your relationship with that natural setting and how you had that, first first engagement with that. And what's been really interesting for me is often with a lot of the other interviews I've done so far, there's almost been the essence of what I would describe as knowing what you're fighting for. And how do you think about that? Like actually just, to start on your journey before even talking about the action taken, in your mind, it's that thing of talking about having first-hand engagement with the natural world and understanding an ecosystem. How pivotal is that? What do you think about that?
I think it is absolutely necessary to know that you are fighting for, you have something to live for, that you would be willing to die for, that you absolutely, without a doubt in your mind, that is what you are fighting for. And I think for me, I had always thought that nature and outside, just I thought the world was beautiful. I stayed up late into the night reading National Geographic until I got yelled at by my parents because I thought that it was so beautiful outside. And then when I realized that the world was changing and that for some people in particular, a lot of people, people who had done the least to cause climate crisis were being essentially hurt by Mother Nature because we were hurting Mother Nature, and in turn she was hurting us back, was a very pivotal point for me in realizing this thing that I love, that I spend as much of my time in as I can, that I live for, that I would die for, is being hurt. There are people who cannot enjoy it because a select few are destroying it. That was very much a moment of, I have to do something. I'm not content to, it started, I'm going to stop using plastic, and then when that wasn't doing anything, it was, I'm not content to stop using plastic. I have to help save the world. So.
Fantastic. Let's also in your journey, let's jump back to that first piece that you saw. The article that you mentioned on social media about specifically talking about self-consumption versus bigger picture companies and their results. I'd love to get quite specific here and just find out in terms of what do you think what's been on your journey around that, how you're using media and social media and how you've been influenced by it. And we can perhaps talk a little bit about your own example when you made that video and stepped up as the first moment as a leader. I love that and very powerful. Congrats. And it sounds like a huge success with having the retweets with Bill and, obviously some great numbers. But let's talk about media and social media and what's worked for you, what's been influential for you, and how do you approach it today?
In terms of social media?
Let's focus on social media first, and then we'll maybe branch out to a few others.
So I feel as if often social media is demonized, and I will say there are aspects of social media that can be very damaging, and I do understand why people say to be careful with social media. But in my experience, social media is also a place where youth in particular can find a community, can educate themselves on a community, because people do put a lot of, even if they do it in the form of, a text post or an Instagram caption, people do tend to put a lot of information on social media. And me personally, using social media has been, the video that I produced was made possible via social media. And I feel as if, a lot of action that I organize, I perpetuate through social media. I put it on Instagram, I put it on Twitter. I bird dog representatives on social media, at Senator Cardin how do you feel about this resolution? And maybe one person on social media cannot make much of a difference, but a lot of people leading a social media campaign, participating in a social media campaign, can make quite a large difference. They are no longer confined by physical space, location. And so while social media can be dangerous, I think that it is an essential tool right now, especially for youth. It is what speaks to youth. Youth are comfortable with social media in general. My partner doesn't use any form of social media. We disagree on this, but I think that it is very much a tool and an asset rather than a danger if used carefully. So a lot of my journey has been made possible via social.
Perfect. And just to clarify, you said particularly Instagram and Twitter. Are they the two sort of dominant ones for you, do you think?
Definitely for me, they're the only ones that I personally use. And I feel like they're large ones for most of my friends. If they have social media, only have an Instagram, only have a Twitter, maybe have a Snapchat. But
no Facebook? Not as much?
Nobody. Yeah, no. Nobody really.
Okay, Facebook. That's interesting. And do you find, or maybe that's already answered my question, but it's because it feels like in some of my interviews, there's been almost a question of not just what we use, but how we use it. And it feels like there's a common thread of, either acknowledging the power of these online spaces, including social media, almost as its own form of library, as the information source. But sort of paralleling a really big thread has been about community building and about engagement and establishing more the groups and things. I know even when I was searching for a lot of individuals to do these interviews, I was going via the Facebook community groups of a lot of the, either Fridays for Future or School Strikers for Climate or all the respective groups. What's within those sort of principles of the idea of information or community building? What do you think? How does that work for you and your practice, your use of social media?
So I think in social media use, there is kind of a divide of what social media do I use because I want to, and what social media do I use because I have to get my message out. For example, you were talking about Facebook. I don't know anyone who has a Facebook just for fun, except like my mom. But I don't know anyone my age who has a Facebook just for fun. The people that do tend to use it solely as a tool. And there are climate strikers I know that use Facebook because they know that it's more likely to reach older people, or more likely to. There are features, I believe, that allow you to set up an event that, they use it for that. But in community building I will say, I think the most vital tool to community building is having a physical community around you. But sometimes you don't have that. And the way that you find it is through social media. For some people, perhaps if you are, I'll give an example. It's actually not climate related. I am bisexual, and I didn't personally, I go to a very liberal high school, but for a while I was not out to my friends. But online, I had online friends that knew I was bisexual and were able to give me this advice. And I think there's something of maybe a safety net in not in just knowing this person through conversations, but also I think it's a little more noble than just having a safety net. I think that finding people with like interests that are like-minded to you is a lot easier via social media. So
yeah, for sure. Okay, perfect. No, that's a good point to clarify there. Thank you. Do you think let's what else with the I'm just thinking about the specifically now, not how things are shared, but thinking about the content. That example of the quite definitive article that you read sounded like a really big impetus to start to understand a little bit more, moving away from self-action into communal. Have there been any other sort of aspects that you've noticed with content that resonates with you? Any particular things that when you read that either sparked something personally for you, or in your case as a leader, you're obviously always trying to share and build up your team. What's sort of been some of those things that have been most impactful for getting people to take action?
So I feel as if any personal story is always going to be, it's actually what they teach at a lot of trainings, is that a personal story is always going to be the most impactful. Reading stories of climate refugees, reading stories of those that lost their homes to hurricanes, stories of even just kids who are afraid. It is very, human empathy is, I think, both, it can be a hindrance at times. I think you have to learn to wield it like a tool, which sounds horrible, but I think that people are naturally very sympathetic. They are empathetic to other people. And I think that people who who realize this could be me next, or this could have been my sister, this could have been my brother, this could have been my mom, is extremely powerful. And so what I always tell people, if I ask someone to speak at an action and they're like, what should I say? Say whatever you want, whatever you find to be most powerful. When I speak at actions, I tell my personal story of being afraid. Some people might have direct stories of climate change, direct stories of being affected by natural disasters. But I think that the thing that really makes any story effective, any resource effective, is emotion. People can't just you can't just look at people as one-sided. I hate to say it, but if people can look away from disaster, they will. So you have to make it impossible for them to look away. Seeing people hurt, people scared, people in trouble, you feel for them, and you find yourself morally unable to look away.
Okay. Do you think how do you develop empathy? Sounds like it's such a big thing, and that's how do we actually develop that, or do we need to develop it as well?
I think that despite the things I'm fighting against and the things I have said in this interview about there's an enemy, I think that deep down every person is good. I think that there are people who do reprehensible things and that are ultimately bad people, but that was because they chose to stray from the nature. And I think that ultimately, if you allow yourself to, it's difficult to make yourself vulnerable by telling a story. But if you do it, people will listen to you. They will emphasize with you. Because that's, I think, the nature of being human, is emphasizing with other people and wanting to protect people, wanting to protect those you care about, wanting to ease pain whenever possible.
Beautiful. Well said. I wonder to keep on this thread, there's within this notion of the article that I did send you, that was a piece about obviously the UN researcher who ultimately looking at the nature of examples of climate change realities today, sort of noted that human rights is something that is potentially hyper threatened, as already we're starting to see now, just with that disparity between developed and developing worlds and who has access to be able to buy themselves outside of climate change. What do you think? How can we build some of that relationship between the empathy between, the very, very disparate realities that we're starting to see come out? What do you think?
I think what people really need in order for this, this bridge to happen is people need to realize what is going on. You do have to be a little bit brave to confront what is going on. But like I was saying about personal stories, I mean, personally, I did not know the extent of climate change until about 8th grade, I'd say, because I loved the environment, I loved the planet. I wanted, I was still using my reusable cups and stuff, but I didn't realize that there were already people being directly hurt. I was like, oh no, sea turtles, and it never occurred to me to be like, oh no, people, until I read accounts of what was going on, especially after I read that first article. I read as many articles as I could find, first-hand accounts. That was after the cluster of hurricanes, Irma, Maria, all of Harvey, all of those hurricanes that hit the U.S. and Puerto Rico fairly hard. So, in the U.S., it was a big deal. We had a lot of personal stories from these hurricanes. Again, a lot of these stories did not mention that the connection between these hurricanes and climate change. But by then, I did have this basic understanding of this many strong hurricanes isn't normal. And I was starting to realize that this was a crisis that was hurting real people. It was hurting those that did not have the money to rebuild or to relocate the most. It was those that did not have the resources for whatever reason were being hit the hardest. Those that caused the least, really, to those that really contributed the least to climate change. And that was what really got me. So I think that, first of all, I think it's important that people start, the media starts connecting the dots. I think it's somewhat immoral not to when we're in the middle of an emergency, because it is an emergency. And I think that people need to realize, yeah, we should save the sea turtles, but we should also save the people. We should realize that people are being hurt. There are people that are losing their lives and their livelihoods right now.
What are those dots that need to be connected in terms of the media? Because it's obviously, as we're acknowledging, there's those very questions of, even reporting them, first problem, reporting them to call them just natural disasters rather than trying to bridge it in. But then how do we really paint the picture of climate change and sort of join those dots? What do you think?
So I'll first start by just, reciting what was basically said to us really when we went to our media outlets, is that, we just report on what's happening. There's a hurricane going on, we're just going to report on it, And I feel as if that is a flimsy excuse, because you just want to report on what's happening. Well, what's happening is hurricanes are becoming more frequent because of climate change. What's happening is natural disasters are becoming stronger because of climate change. So first of all, I think that they need to I think they need to make it clear that this is because of climate change. I think it is somewhat immoral not to, when we are in the middle of the greatest crisis humanity has ever faced. It's a little odd that media generally refuses to acknowledge that. In addition, I think that in order for people to really be aware of climate change, they need to know that it is going to affect them. They need to know that some people are moved by sea turtles, some people aren't. So some people are not going to take action unless they realize it is a threat to them. And people take action when they are angry and scared. And everybody should be at least a little bit angry and scared right now. I definitely think people should let that anger and fear drive them rather than consume them. But I think everybody should be a little bit angry and scared. And when you don't have the information in front of you, it's really not your fault. There's nothing you can do. I mean, besides actively seek it out, I suppose. But some people just don't have the time to do that. Quite frankly.
What do you think? I'd love to know about the influential people and like the sources on your journey. I'm just thinking, even with your example of your own film, the fact that Bill McKibben retweeted it, that sounded like a little bit of a moment of acknowledging his significance. So I'd say Bill sounds like someone important for you. But yeah, I'd love to know on, thinking then you've also mentioned just that significance of community building, perhaps not being something that happens on social media, but it's a real person thing, and, the role of a couple of teachers. Tell me about the significant people on your journey for this. Who have they been? And the sources about what that sort of means.
So I'll start with those that I don't know personally. Bill McKibben, Greta Thunberg, and Rachel Carson, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, of course. But she's more a journey for activism in general rather than just climate activism. But those 4 people for me have really, I think all 4 of those people are extraordinarily brave in different ways. And then there's the fact that 3 of those people are women, and one of them is just my age, would be in my grade if she was here. It's just very inspiring to see people like you who are making change. And I'm sure that's been studied a lot. It's seeing people that are like you making change and telling you that you can do it too. It's always going to be inspiring. And then moving on to people that in my own life, my partner in climate activism, my friends who, most of them do activism with me. Callum Benson, who you're also interviewing, very inspiring to me. The teacher who I told you about, who she's always been very supportive. She lets us skip her class sometimes to do climate activism. Mm-hmm. Anyone that is fighting the same fight as me is inspiring to me, because I'm fighting that fight too. I know it's hard. I know it can be difficult at times, and you choose to do it anyway. So those that keep fighting, anyone who keeps fighting is unspeakably inspirational to me.
What about those who don't fight?
I think that I don't think of them as not fighting. I think of them as fighters waiting to happen. I think that anyone, if you inspire them in the right way, will fight for what is right. And I will always believe that we are on the right side of history. And I believe that everyone can be on the right side of history if they choose to start. And I mean, fighting isn't necessarily, everyone fights in their own way, you know? There can be, you don't have to strike every Friday. You don't have to, you know, get on a bus down to your capital every day after school. You don't have to do that in order to be a fighter. For some people, fighting is, it is internal. It is thinking, it is a personal journey. Maybe it's a journey with your family. Maybe it's disagreeing with your family. I think that there are a lot of very brave actions one can take that might not look like traditional activism, but I think every person that, maybe it's something as small as voting. I think that every person that believes in a better world and is fighting for one, in a sense. I mean, still come to the actions I plan, but you know.
Perfect. Who's we're starting to come to the end of the interview. Thank you so much. There's been lots of great things to learn from here. I'm just wondering, how would you describe whose future is it that you're fighting for? And I ask that with, if you can try and reflect a little bit on the relationship between your local involvement and the local community that you're a part of, mixed with global ties, and just try and reflect a little bit on those questions we had about developed versus developing disparity. Whose future is it that you're fighting for?
So first and foremost, I'm fighting for a more just future, you know, a more perfect world, and that in a more perfect world for me, a world cannot be more just or more without justice for those that are currently, you know, disproportionately affected, those in developing countries, those in poorer communities, communities of color, communities that are being disproportionately affected. So I am, of course, fighting for those that did nothing to earn what is happening to them. Not that I believe you can earn a natural disaster. I think that no one deserves that. But on a smaller level, you know, more local centered, I mean, the heat index where I am right now is 115 degrees. I just played a softball tournament, and at that tournament, a lot of people fainted. People were getting heat stroke, people were fainting. People should not have to. The heat index around here is not supposed to be 115 degrees. It's only going to get worse. I'm fighting for people in the future to be able to have the same experiences that I have in acknowledging the beauty of the world around them. And the story I like to tell at lobbying a lot when I lobby is, I have a little cousin. He is 4 years old, and at Christmas he asked me to read him a story, and from the Brothers Grimm, and I decided to be mean, and I picked a sad story, which was The Pink, which ends in a death. And he looked at me and he said, "Why would you read me," I'm paraphrasing, this is 4, but why would you read me a story that's sad? Why would you read me a story that you know ends badly? And I think about that question a lot. We know this is going to end badly if we keep going the way we're going. We know that this story is not going to have a happy ending if we continue with business as usual. So why are we continuing to allow it to go like this, you know? Our children are going to inherit this world. If I ever have children, they are going to inherit this world. I cannot, in good conscience, read them a story that ends badly. I cannot, in good conscience, let a preventable crisis destroy the future for... It's already destroying the future, but we can't let it... It's going to hit everybody. So we have to stop what we can, mitigate what we can. We have to fight for justice for those that currently do not have it, currently are disproportionately affected. And I'm monologuing here, but we have to know that the future is going, if we fight, and we will fight, if we fight, it is going to be good, but we just have to make it there.
That's so beautiful. That's a beautiful story to share, and a big question to ask about why tell the story that doesn't necessarily end well. There's a lot to reflect on there. Absolutely. And sort of starting to wrap up here, what does it look like, the world that you want to live in? What do you think? Do you have a vision of that? Do you have a vision of actually, because it's one of those things, isn't it, where we go, indeed, what I would describe as one of the biggest difficulties with climate change communication and response has been that in many ways climate change is just the break in cycles, and it's the irregularity and the unpredictability of what will come. And often this idea of when we do talk about coming together to fight for the world that we want, I wonder what does it look like? Do you actually have a vision of what world you want to live in?
I do, yes. I want to live in a world where people don't have to worry about losing their home and their livelihood due to an incredibly strong natural disaster, or maybe a natural disaster that occurs every couple of years, you know? I want to live in a world where people don't have to live next to incinerators and coal plants and other things that severely pollute the air just because they don't have the money to live somewhere else. I want to live in a world where people's lives are not, where people's worths are not determined by how much money they have. I want to live in a world where people don't have to fight their government to do something that the scientific community of the world is saying is basic sense. It's something you have to do. I want to live in a world where kids can go to school on Fridays, especially if they really like school and they wish they could be there. I want to live in a world where, you know, I can have children and I can tell them honestly, in good faith, the world is hard, but you are going to be okay. The world that you live in is better than the world I lived in, and it's only going to keep getting better. Because you and people like you are going to make it better.
I look forward to living in that world with you in the future.
I do too.
Small steps, we'll get there. Maddie, Graham, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to hear your wonderful experiences and insights today. It's a true inspiration. And it sounds like this interview is dedicated to all of those fighters in solidarity and all of those fighters that we wait to join.
My partner signs her emails in solidarity, so.
Perfect. Well, in solidarity, signing off. I really appreciate your time and thank you so much for sharing.
Absolutely. Good luck with your research.
Perfect. Fantastic. If it's okay with you, what I'll do is I'll be in touch with you with a few sort of follow-up bits and pieces. Obviously, just I'll get you to send that consent form through when you get an opportunity, and to send the link of this record. If you can send your recording as well, I'd really appreciate that. I think my gut response is this has been a really powerful interview and would be really special to share. So I think once you have a listen back as well, if you feel comfortable, I think it would be great to share it with networks and share it with your community and the global community. And the other thing I'll just ask is if you get a chance, if you can, do me a favor of trying to look at some of those articles that you mentioned, those really important ones. I would really greatly appreciate to know exactly what the specific article that you read that had such impact on you, and even your own film. If that's something that you can share, I'd love to see the content that you're creating as well.
All right.
Okay.
I'll do that.
All right. Thanks for your time. Have all the best. Okay.
Yep. Good luck with research.
Perfect. Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi. How's that?
That's much better,
Oh,
really.
perfect. I'm so sorry about that. I'm very mindful that we've had now big internet delay, so I'm really sorry for that issue on my end.
It's hanging, it's lagging. Yeah. So are we good?
Yep, we're good. Perfect. Okay, let's start again. I might just pause my camera, just because that can just help a little bit with the internet lag. But I'm here. If you can kick off for me, introduce yourself, and let's start again. Perfect.
Hi, I'm Shir. I'm a 15-year-old girl who lives in the most polluted capital of the world, Delhi, India. So I might be a high school girl who tries to pass her exams and all, but there's a whole different side to my world. Like I said before, I live in the most polluted capital of the world. In my country, in this year in my country, the temperature has never been higher than it has been this year. It reached 51 degrees Celsius, and there are millions of people that are suffering because of this unbearable heat. In many parts of the country, the water supply, the underground water reserves have depleted, and in Chennai, that's in the south of the country, there is no water left. People are fighting over drops of water, and this is the world that we're all gonna live in if we don't take action right now.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's great to be talking with you. Thank you so much. There's a lot of power in your voice, and I can tell that this is going to be a very fruitful discussion. I would love if you can. You've already started to use some examples within your home country of India, but I'd love if you can. For those people who have never heard what climate change is, what is it? How do you describe it to the machine?
Climate change is just not one factor. There are like a multitude of factors affecting it. From deforestation to carbon emissions, every single action that we don't take is a contribution to climate change. But it's the consequences that I think it's the consequences that of climate change that makes this a crisis. Like I've mentioned before, all over the world, not only in my country, people are suffering from droughts, floods, and forest fires. People are dying. There are many more consequences of climate crisis, but to me, the main ones are deforestation, carbon emission, and overuse of resources. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, so climate change for you is about some specific things, like you say, deforestation, carbon emission, clear cut, those sort of examples. They seem to be the priorities of how you describe climate change.
Blake, your voice is breaking.
Okay. How would you describe, what does it feel like to be a young person in the world today?
Well, being a young person in the world
is like suffocating. You don't know if you have a future. There's not enough time. And scientists say there are only 11 years left for us to make a change. And the governments and the big corporations aren't taking any decisions. They think if they ignore the fact long enough, it would just disappear. What they don't realize is that climate change is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. And it's my life that's going to be affected by this. When I'm 50, it's my children, my grandchildren who are going to live in a world that's dying, already dead. And if they don't take action right now, we won't be able to turn from the edge of collapse.
Okay. Is it it sounds like there's as you identified, there's a few things that what you call climate change, like specifically like the deforestation and carbon emissions. I'm just wondering when you say we need to take change now, what's the change that you believe needs to happen?
Well, I believe that sufficient action needs to be taken. The governments need to declare climate emergency. Carbon emissions should be cut down 50% by 2030. And us, the youth, should be involved in the policy making, because like I mentioned before, it's us who are going to face the consequences of the decisions that the government is not making. They are in denial, and they're in denial, and they don't understand the severity of the situation. For them, it's about profit and winning the next election, but for us, it's our life. It's our future that's not going to be there if we don't make any decisions.
What do you think how would you describe this time of life? How would you describe the age that we live in? So I'll give you some examples. Some people would, say that to live in 2019 is to live in the information age, where, we have a hyper communications via online devices, and others might call it the Anthropocene and the sixth great extinction. There's lots of ways to describe it with what would be the, biggest sort of factors that determine what this time is. How do you describe it? What is this age?
To me, I think this age is a gap in humanity. I've read so much about the consequences of climate change and everything, but what the worst of it is not affecting me. It's affecting not the people who have enough privilege and the luxuries of life. It's affecting the people who are out on the streets living, who don't have homes or don't have sufficient water, food. We are the ones who are causing this, and they are the ones who are being affected by this. So I think one main factor of living in this age is the gap between the financial status of people. And another thing that I believe is that, like you said, the informative age, people have all this information at the tips of their hand. They can just go online and find multitudes of stuff. But where is the awareness in it? Not even 1/4 of the people that I meet know that we are going through a mass extinction that is not caused by some natural phenomena, but is caused by us. Not even a fraction of people know about this. So where is the awareness? How are people trying to understand this? Maybe people have read about it on online sources, might search about this. There's so many documentaries going on, but they don't empathize with this. They don't really feel. To feel for some topic, you can't just, see a picture of something or something. You have to go stand in the front lines and look at it. You have to see people suffering. You need to talk to people. I believe that in this age, our generations and maybe the generations before, a few generations before us, have stopped talking to people. They are so they have everything they need inside their houses on their computers, so there's no human connection between us. So that's something.
That's there's so much to that, and I really resonate and, you know, love some of the things you said. Let's just focus in on one of those points. This idea of saying that there's a big difference between so with the importance of building empathy, and we'll get back to empathy in a moment, but on that point, this idea that there's a difference between people just looking at a photo of something versus.
I can't hear you. Lost.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Now, yeah, just going off and coming back, the connection.
Okay.
Right. What you said?
I said, how do you think you build empathy? Let's try that. How do you think you build empathy? You're saying people need empathy. How do you think we do that?
I think, like I said before, I think it's going and talking to people and trying to, you know, step into their shoes, how they feel, how they are being affected by this. Because, like I gave the example that I have enough. I'm born into an elite family, and I have air conditioners and transport, and I don't feel the consequences of the heat as much as the others do. But how I got to know this is when I talk to people outside. There are workers who are working just the laborers who are working on houses just next to me. It's so easy to just go and just talk to them, ask how they're doing, how they live. And the stories they tell you are horrific, because sometimes it's just human tendency to just turn a blind eye to all this, like a blind eye to all the suffering, because sometimes it's better not to know than to know. But I think that's one way. You need to talk to people. You need to get to know what they feel, how they're living their lives, because you're not the only person in this world, and there's so many people who suffer so much more than you. So yeah.
And I'm really interested with the point that you raised earlier, that there's a big difference between seeing a photo versus talking, or, you know, that idea of, you know, just a media representation versus really getting to hear from a person. Do you think, can you just try and explain what you think that difference is? Because I think that's really interesting.
Well, when you look at a photo, you're looking at something that's intangible. Like, it's just there. You don't even know if it's real, for one fact, because there's so much Photoshop and all. But when you're standing out there, I'm giving an example of my protesting in one of the remote areas of my state. You get to see what's happening. You get to see children who are hardly nourished, they're malnutrition, just sitting there, thirsty. You get to see their parents working so hard just to earn enough for 1 square meal a day. You get to see this. You get to feel it, because and like when you're looking at an online documentary or a picture, it's not about empathizing. It's more about awareness. And I'm not saying awareness is not important. I think it's one of the most important things, and it is needed if you need a large scale large-scale demonstrations all over the world. Awareness is needed, but it's so different from empathizing. That's a difference people don't understand. You can watch as many, like I said, you can research as much as you want, get to know as many statistics as you want, but you won't really feel for the topic or what you're working towards until you're out there and understanding what those people are feeling, what they are going through.
Okay, that's a very interesting point. There's lots to unpack with all of this. Thank you. In light of that, I want you, based on that story, I would love to hear the story of your journey and how you became involved, because I'm really interested to hear, obviously you know the difference between first-hand experience and just looking at a media representation of experience. And I'd love to hear what's been your life's journey to bring you to this point of being so passionate about protecting our damaged planet.
Well, mom's an activist, and since I was a kid, I've been exposed to all kinds of protest demonstrations. I've been told to shut off the lights when I leave the house. Don't use more water than necessary. But it was one specific movement that really changed me changed my perspective. That was last year. And it's called the Chipko movement, where a few of my friends and I, okay, so I'll go to the backstory first. So basically, the government had sanctioned to kill more than or about 20,000 trees in one specific area. And lots of people, including me, adults, and many other children were protesting and demonstrating a whole month until the court put a stay on this order so that they could not cut any more trees. Well, one specific protest that really touched me was during this movement. It's called the Chipko movement, like I said. Basically, all of us hugged the trees and climbed on trees so that the contractors could not cut them down. This was the first time that I really realized how important this is, and that we can achieve whatever we want. But for that, we have to work hard. And I came across so many people during this time who were so intelligent and taught me so much stuff. And one specific point that it really touched me was that it's not only us humans who are being affected by climate change, crisis, deforestation, it's the other species. Humans have forgotten that the other species around us, birds, mammals, water mammals, every one of them have equal rights on the earth as we do. And by cutting off trees, we are taking away homes to thousands of animals, monkeys, birds, and so on. So that was one protest that really touched me.
So, but I'm probably more interested about how to get to the protest. You know, like in terms of, it feels like the protest changed you and kept you going. But how, I want to know about, with your experience, it sounds a bit different because you were born into it and your parents introduced it to you. But maybe reflecting on some of the people around you as well as your own journey, what do you think actually gets people to a protest? What's the thing that inspires them to do that?
Well, one thing that I've noticed before is that the most passionate activists or environmentalists have something personal or something that they can relate to. For example, a person might have been born in a rural area, and they might have been born into a rural area and might have been directly affected by this climate change, and those are the people who work the hardest and do the most innovative stuff, because they know what it's like to be in a position where you don't have any power, and that's something that I've noticed previously. Another thing that brings people to protests is the awareness. Social media and journalists play a huge role in this. Like, I remember one protest previously. It was hardly, I think, 10 or 15 people of us, but the media made it look like there were hundreds of us there. And and I really thank them for that, because it brings people to us. When they get to know and when they listen to us on TV, social media, read our quotes and what we're saying, they get to know more stuff about climate change. And that, I think, plays a big role for them to come to us and ask us what's happening, why it's happening, and how we can change it. So that's it.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering, to your earlier point where you made the distinction of awareness and empathy, that though it's good to get the awareness, that there's a big gap between raising awareness and actually building empathy. So how would you respond to that in terms of seeing the role of the media as an important thing for the awareness building, but understanding the limits of it?
So basically, the first step to empathy is awareness. I will not contradict that. So when people come to protests and stand in the heat and stand in the excruciating heat and look at other people protesting, they get to know so much. They're exposed to an environment which they've never seen before. So that's over a period of time. It doesn't happen in one protest. So maybe in a few months, it's a really long process. Over a period of time, they empathize with people, because you've been exposed to so many different kind of people from urban areas, rural areas, or children, adults, senior citizens. Everyone has a different story, and those stories start to make you understand how many different people are being affected by it. So awareness is the first step to empathy, because to empathize, you need to be exposed to certain kind of people, to certain kind of environments, to go a certain extent. So yeah.
I think I'd love to know. It feels like the biggest sort of problem, and particularly in how you described the age that we live in, this zeitgeist, was to acknowledge the disparity between the different levels of socioeconomic access for people, and often the results that climate change is affecting those who don't necessarily have the same position financially or support-wise. So I'm really interested on this point of thinking then of is that the place where the empathy needs to be built between that disparity? What do you think?
Yeah, it needs to be built around this particular topic, because I remember as a child, I remember one particular Christmas, my mom and few of my other friends, we went to the slum area and distributed blankets to the people living there. I think that was the first time. I was hardly 10 years old or 9 years old. I don't even remember now. But I remember that was the first time I really realized that there were other people who were living different lives and are suffering more than me. So I think different socioeconomic backgrounds play a huge role in climate change. For example, maybe a person who is not that, economically sufficient won't go and buy plastic bags for every time they shop, or a plastic bottle every time they go out. They carry paper bags, cloth bags, and they carry their own bottles that they reuse. So that's something people with higher economic status don't do. They have enough luxury to just go out and buy another plastic bottle. What they don't realize is that one plastic straw takes about 300 years to decompose. So basically, each person in the world buys one straw one day. 7 billion straws are being used, which will take 300 years each to decompose. So that's one thing I've seen and noticed, and yeah.
Okay. So what do you think? What do you think for someone like me, who is with my research, I often use film and different forms of disseminating research. And similarly with UNICEF, different big organizations who can try and, build the campaign. What do you think should be their role with create, like, what's the best?
I can't hear you anymore.
Okay.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Yeah?
No.
No, you can't?
Hi, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, okay. What do you think should be the what should the campaign be? For someone like me making films, for people like UNICEF with content, what do you think should be the what's the role of what media we create? What do you think is a good use of resources for the campaign?
Good use of research. I really don't understand the question. I'm sorry. What are you trying to say? Like, hello?
Yeah, it's that's okay. It's okay if you don't understand it, but it's you've made a point of being quite of.
Hello? I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Okay. If it let's just not. We might have to just cut it short because it seems like the internet's cutting really out. Okay. But thank you for your time. Okay. We'll have to cut it short because it seems like there's a bad connection.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
we're talking to
Okay.
the last.
Yeah, it's a very bad internet. Okay. All right. Maybe what we can do is I might try and send you some more questions for you just to respond to, in your own time.
Sure.
Okay. Perfect.
So, like, you can send me the questions. I can give you answers. Do you want them written or do you want them recorded?
I think recorded's great. It's great to hear you just talking. Because I think you've got a wonderful, very expressive and a wonderful way with words. It's wonderful to hear you actually talk.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. I'm so sorry about this internet connection. I'm slightly confused because
I think it's from my side.
Yeah.
I can't hear.
Yeah, I've done many interviews all day, and this is the first interview that's had a connection issue. So.
Well, yeah, my house is kind of a black spot in the internet, so I think it's from my side. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. No worries. But thank you so much for your time, and let's, if it's okay with you, we'll be in contact, and I'll get to hear some more of your answers. Okay.
Of course. Thank you
Perfect.
so much. It was
Thanks
a pleasure
so much.
talking to you.
It was a real pleasure. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll speak soon.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.